I'm still pretty scared from last night, and I kind of need to talk about it with people who may understand. Very few experiences have left me as shaken as this. So before anything, I'm going to confirm what we do have at least one ghost in our house. It's a woman, and several neighbours have confirmed seeing her. She's the grandma of Mom's boyfriend, and he's claimed to have felt her as well. Me and my mom have also seen a shadow go from a room to the bathroom, and vice versa. That out of the way, let's begin. It was around 4 am, and I had just finished taking a shower. Everyone's asleep. My family, the neighbours, everyone. My neighbourhood sleeps like a log. I enter my room and head towards my bed, but then I hear a woman's laugh. It felt as if she was in front of me and sitting on my bed. I thought to myself, okay, no biggie. Maybe she's amused at something. I know she's not inherently harmful, just overprotective of my mom's boyfriend. So I turned on the bedroom lights and laid down, trying to sleep and act like it didn't happen. Unfortunately, an hour passes and I haven't fallen asleep. Mom's boyfriend wakes up and turns on the TV. After another bit of sleeping, I go out and start talking to him about the laugh. He tells me to just pray and it should be over. But then I mention how that hasn't helped much before and describe my experiences with similar stuff as a kid. There was a flicker of a light in the balcony. That light has been dead for years. It never turns on. A part of me is afraid and points it out, but I keep talking about my experiences. The light flickers again, and this time I'm a bit more scared, but I want to keep talking to Mom's boyfriend, so he understands why praying isn't much of a comfort to me. And then the light flickered, a third time after a bit, and immediately I told him and decided to leave my room. My body had chills all over, and all I could feel was fear and dread. There was nothing else, just sleepiness and fear. 30 minutes had passed, and the chills still hadn't left my body. I had to sleep with the lights on, because I was too freaked out to try and sleep with them off. Around 12 years ago, I had a strange occurrence happen to me, and it's bothered me ever since. Sometime around 2009, I started having these weird dreams that involved a white owl. I don't remember many details of the dreams, except a white owl would appear, and I'd wake up. These dreams were recurring, having them about twice a month for a little over a year. Flash forward to 2011. It had been months since the dreams, and they'd been mostly forgotten. It was winter break. My best friend and I were taking a trip from our small town on the Texas Gulf Coast to Austin, and we decided to take country roads to avoid cops so we could get our smoke on along the way. We were on about a 15-mile stretch of road called FM 1301, which is dark and covered in wooded areas, beside a house here and there. But the moon had to have been full because it was providing ample light. We were driving, shooting the breeze, when I looked over at my friend to say something, and out of the window, I saw it. I froze and lost the colour in my face when my friend looked out the window to see what it was. A white owl flying side by side with us. And he was like, oh, that's cool. When all of a sudden it sped up and smashed straight into the passenger side mirror, shattering the glass and knocking the mirror down. It was a very strange happening, and even stranger was the fact that white owls are a northern bird and very rarely seen in the south. I don't know. It still bothers me to this day. It started at a coffee shop. I was drinking a decaf iced Americano at a table near a pool table and writing. I imagined the cue ball bouncing off the table and hitting me. About 30 minutes later, it bounced off the table and hit my foot. A little weird, but not too unexpected. I was next to a pool table after all. Not such a weird thing to imagine, and then happened. A while later, someone came in. I looked up and thought it was an acquaintance named Bob. I work at a grad school library, and Bob was a student there. But I looked again and it wasn't Bob. It was somebody else. No big deal, just a case of mistaken identity. I left soon after to go have dinner at a nearby burger joint. And 30 minutes after I thought I'd seen Bob, who walked into the burger joint? It was Bob. Okay, a little weirder. The next morning, while at work, it was a slow day. The system went down for a short while, and when it came back up, I tested it by typing in a barcode number. 5 digits from the phone number from an old local pizza joint jingle from my youth. About 30 minutes later, a patron came in to check out a movie. And I knew it. I knew what the barcode would be. So I flipped the disc over and checked. It was the same 5-digit number. I wasn't even really surprised. And that was the last of it. Nothing quite like that has happened to me before or since. Maybe just a string of coincidences, but all 3 in a short time, and all specific and small, are weird. The part that freaks me out the most is that third premonition. It wasn't a random set of numbers, so it couldn't just be that I saw the future, but unless this was a coincidence, somehow influenced it. I think somehow that decaf iced Americano had something to do with it. I seriously don't believe in ghosts, but I can't explain this one. I work in a small mall with many expensive clothes. It's a mall full of brand new clothes. I myself work at Guess, and yesterday we took inventory. This is when we count every single product that we have. And since we can only do it when no one is in our store, we work till 10 p.m. The clothing hour for our store is normally 6 p.m. The mall has lots of security, even at night. In the area where the mall is, there are many homeless and criminal people, and to prevent them from stealing really expensive stuff, there's always security. But yesterday at 8 p.m., 2 hours after clothing hours, a homeless man knocked on the glass. It wasn't any homeless person. He was really famous in my city because he always drives around with a shopping cart and is really nice to other people. I always used to buy him food before I started working. So me and my co-worker opened the door and asked him how he got inside. He answered that he got here through the front door and that he wanted to see me. He gave both of us a flower and went away. I just realized that we were acting really normal. He was always a little drunk, but not yesterday. It was really cute, and I thought since the security must know him too, they just let him in. And I didn't really think about it anymore. When we left, I asked why the security let him inside, and they told me that there was no one. You have to know that you can't really hide in there, especially not with a shopping cart. Everything is really small, and all the different shops have alarms. So I was freaking out. They were looking inside to make sure no one was there and came back and told me there wasn't anyone, and that must have been my imagination. We showed them the flowers, but they didn't really care much. Probably thought we wanted to scare them. So my co-worker drove me home, and today he sent me something. I was really shocked when we saw it. He sent me a photo from our city news, and yesterday at 3 p.m, a bunch of people beat them to death. They're searching for the people, and for people who saw it. It's really messed up, since it was in the city, and I'm sure there were many people who could have helped or called the police. And I gave him food 1 hour before he died. This is really creepy and sad. This experience happened to me 5 or so years ago. Throughout my life, I've always had issues with sleep, insomnia, nightmares, and terrible sleep paralysis. All of which would place a negative attachment to my bed, and so I would often sleep in the living room on a separate mattress. Like many nights prior during my high school days, I would stay up way too late and struggle to fall asleep. This night was no different, until I'd feel myself regain consciousness in a manner similar to how someone nudging you awake would feel. As someone who's experienced sleep paralysis many times, I've been able to sort of recognize it in the moments when it happens. This, however, felt different. I would soon feel my limp body begin to rise slowly in the air. I had really long hair at the time, and I vividly remember the weight of it dangling down towards my mattress. I was aware of what was happening and was completely petrified. My heart was beating at an astounding rate, and the creepiest thing about this experience was, I felt this bone-chilling cold and had this immense feeling of evil. That's the best way I can describe it. I felt this overwhelming sense of evilness. Whatever was causing me to levitate did not have good intentions. I remember thinking over and over again, let me go, let me go. After some time suspended in the air, I'd feel myself drop and hit my mattress. Immediately after that, I'd spring up and rush to turn on all the lights. It was about 3 or 4 a.m. and I was shaking like crazy. I didn't sleep that night, and for a week after, I slept with the lights on. To this day, I have no idea what happened. The thought of it sends chills down my spine. So this happened a few years ago, but I still remember it vividly because it was the most shocking thing that ever happened to me. The potential paranormal stuff starts somewhere in the middle of my experience. Back then, I was a student living with my sister, who was almost never home. I had an interest in lucid dreaming and read about it, but never managed to achieve it. One night, I had a dream that I was outside my workplace on a kid's bicycle. The atmosphere was orange-black, very bleak. I was having fun chatting with friends. Suddenly, my body starts floating and I start flying. I thought to myself, wait, I know I'm asleep, and tried not to get too excited so I don't wake up. I'm flying around like a happy stoned guy, smiling, and then I see in the long distance someone flying towards me. It was quite far, so it was just a black entity to me. I got closer, but the entity didn't come any clearer, and I said hi. And at that moment, I started falling. My body was vibrating, and I gradually woke up, feeling and hearing strong vibrations. I opened my eyes. I was laying on the side facing the wall with my room door behind me. Eyes wide open, I felt from the very first second of waking up that there was someone in the room. I cannot describe how sure I was. It was as if someone was standing in front of me, but there was no one there. Thoughts racing, what should I do? Somebody broke in. If I turn around, they could attack me. Would it be better to just pretend I'm sleeping? I wanted to cry and just stay there motionless. I was not dreaming. I could hear the neighbor coughing like every night. I could smell the ashtray just a meter away. I even pinched myself. After a few minutes that felt like eternity, I felt the sheet covering me being lifted on my backside. I felt I would die of shock, but not fear per se. I felt someone's weight lightly on my bed, and then the sheets, and then a very slight touch in my whole back body, like someone was cuddling me. And that was it. I waited a few more minutes and turned around. No one was there. My door was closed the whole time. My sister was not at home that night either. All I can say is I don't remember feeling fear for much, but I do when I remember it. This all began when I was approximately 12 and lasted until I moved out in my early 20s. The first time I ever saw the brown man, I was around 12, but I'm not entirely sure. I was lying on the living room floor watching TV. I believe it was the middle of the day in the summer. I just remember I was eating and watching TV. I wasn't sleeping. To my left is the hallway with a bathroom on the left side, an office in the middle, and my bedroom on the right. It wasn't exactly out of the corner of my eye due to where I was laying, but that's the first time I saw him. He was tall, over 6 foot. He was brown, but you could still kind of see through him. He seemed to have a hat and coat on. He walked from the bedroom to the bathroom, never turning, looking straight ahead. My heart dropped. I wasn't sure what I saw, but it scared me, so I walked to the bathroom and stood against the wall. I turned to look in and saw nothing, even brave enough to check the shower curtain. I let it go and never said anything since I wasn't sure I actually saw anything. Since that incident, I saw him at least 2 more times through those years. Once, he walked from the bathroom to the bedroom, but the other was late at night during the summer. We had been working on the roof of the house, and that night it was storming. I was playing video games on the computer in our computer room when I decided to look into the living room. And at that moment, lightning flashed and I saw his outline standing in the living room, looking towards my parents' bedroom. I didn't sleep for hours after that, as I had never seen him there before. Throughout the years, I would feel a presence in my bedroom at night. It wasn't menacing, but it was heavy. It felt like someone was standing behind me, watching me. There were times I had my hair tugged and I felt it sit on the bed. thinking it was my cat, and I kicked my foot, but nothing was there. In my 20s, I brought it up with my parents and brother, and they've all seen or experienced something as well. I've been working on 2 Native American reservations for a year and a half now. On the current reservation, I've not had any memorable experiences with spirits or the paranormal, but last year, I had multiple at the other. The first started when I was sleeping in the basement of the house I was in, due to having not enough rooms. I was laying on my bed trying to sleep, but was unable due to the too much light coming in. I was night shift. As I lay there, I heard a cardboard box with some of my belongings in it drag across the floor. I turned and looked in the direction the sound came from and didn't see anything. I got up and walked into the room. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't remember if that's where I left it. So I went back to bed, and when I laid down, I heard footsteps above me, but I knew that no one else was home. I just ignored it and eventually fell asleep. Later, I found out other people heard footsteps in that house, and another person saw a shadow person later in the basement. When I came back a month later, I was in a different home. After about 2 weeks, I was laying in bed on my phone when I heard a very loud knock on my bedside table right behind me. I turned to look but saw nothing. A friend attempted to replicate it on the window and door, and nothing sounded the same other than the table. Less than a week from then, I rolled from one side of the bed to the other, and as I rolled, I saw an approximately 3-foot tall, all-black shadow run across the foot of the bed. I asked the locals if they knew anything like that and was told about Wee Weller. They're little people that play pranks. Never had another experience in that home after seeing it. Where I was working, there were many stories of different spirits in different areas of the facility. Late at night, walking around, I always felt I was being watched. One night, I was sitting in my chair when in the corner of my eye, I saw a tall, opaque shadow walk into the room and disappear into the shadow of a door. I let it go, as the other person in the room didn't see anything, but then they had to leave, making me the only person in the room. As I look up, I see movement in the blinds, similar to a faint shadow of a tallish man sitting down, wearing a hat. I freaked out and left until she came back. I asked other employees, and they say that the corner used to have their table and chair, and that they've seen that man come in many times and sit there. When I was about 5 or 6, I was brought into a hospital due to a serious infection in a large cut on my knee. Since I wasn't able to walk without taking a 30-minute break every 10 minutes, I was mostly in the room I was given. Back then, I didn't really have a good relationship with my sister, so she barely stayed in my room. This was eventually where the problem started. On about my 3rd night of my hospitalized stay, when I started experiencing extreme paranoia, every time I was the only one in the room. For some reason, I always thought someone was just staring at me from the bathroom doorframe. It was the 6th night that confirmed my fears. My sister had been watching me when my mom was at work for a few hours. Since it was her fault I even got the infection, I didn't talk to her and just went to sleep. When I woke up, the TV was off. The only light were the buttons near my bed, and on my bed, and my sister was gone. I couldn't really see in the dark, but I could see a silhouette in the doorway of the bathroom. I knew it wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move just fine. So being prone to freezing up when scared, I didn't move. The silhouette was shaped in the form of a tall figure, and I could barely make out anything else. For what felt like hours, that thing just stood there, and after a while, I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but I could just feel it staring at me. I tried everything. Talking to it, squeezing my eyes shut, calling for one of the nurses or even my sister, and much more. I ended up having to spend the whole night with it staring at me, not being able to sleep or anything. When it was finally moving, I tried to tell everyone about it and nobody believed me, saying it was just a kid's imagination. Even years later, I think about it from time to time and get scared over shadows shaped like what I saw years ago. My parents bought this building in a residential area in a rural town in southeastern Louisiana in late 2018. They run a medical billing company and were looking for a cheap office space to account for the sudden growth they were experiencing. Despite this being a residential property, the layout is pretty weird. There are windows and glass doors completely lining two of the exterior walls, and the other two walls are wooden siding. The interior consists of two main rooms. The first room has a large open space, a full kitchen with a large island, and a small 6x10 laundry room. The second room is completely open and has two doors that lead to a small closet and bath. The two main rooms are separated by an 8-foot wall covered in large glass window panes, and the ceiling reaches a max height of about 16 feet, as it is vaulted. It's on about 2 acres of land with woods along the back of the property. I'll also add that the building has a metal roof that will over-warp when it heats or cools, resulting in a single, loud popping sound. Now, my parents aren't exactly skeptics, but they don't go looking for this type of stuff either. One evening, shortly after closing on the property, my father was at the building working on some minor repairs and cleaning up the place. I don't know exactly when it took place, as he didn't tell me until much after, but he heard distinct footsteps along the wall that separated the two main rooms. Sometime after this experience, his good friend was here alone to do some more work on the interior building, and claims to have heard footsteps on the roof. The friend was so sure of what he heard that he grabbed a ladder and went up to make sure no one was there. Of course, finding nothing. After hearing of this, my dad and one of his buddies from church decided to pray over the building, and he says he hasn't had any experiences like this since. I consider myself to be sensitive to the paranormal. I work here in this building full time, and I occasionally feel the uneasiness you might associate with a presence being nearby, but I was only really here during work hours. Quick but relevant detail, I came out as non-binary in September 2020 and chose the first name Zephyr. I used Honey as a placeholder middle name before it changed to Ducre. Fast forward to the end of 2021. We have a COVID scare in the office, and all but 4 employees switched to working remotely, leaving my parents, my sister, and I coming into the office. My parents take this opportunity to sell their house and convert one of the rooms into a living and bedroom. Around the same time, my sister purchased a mobile home to put on the front of the property, and I'm renting a room from her. Now, living here, I've been experiencing random episodes of paranoia, surges of anxiety, and pretty bad insomnia. I do have generalized anxiety disorder, but I've gotten pretty good at coping and recognizing triggers. These episodes don't feel the same. They don't feel like my own emotions. I'm a smoker, and I'll often sit on the steps of the mobile home for a late-night cigarette. More and more often, I sense a presence either approaching me from the right side or sitting by a tree on my left side, always the same tree. And then on comes the paranoia. One night, I actually took note that I didn't feel any type of presence or paranoia or anxiety. As I stood to go inside, I had a sort of unconscious thought. Oh, there she is. Immediately followed by my conscious brain saying, what the fuck? Who is she? There are several other minor experiences I've had. Items going missing and mysteriously returning right where they were left. A protection charm falling from my car's rearview mirror after hanging there securely for 2 years. For some reason, my dad brought up yesterday that the previous owner died of cancer here in the house. I found her name on white pages and looked up her obituary. She had a nephew named Vess and a niece who went by Honey. At this point, I'm thinking there's far too many coincidences. I shared all of this with my friend who practices witchcraft, and she has a little more experience working with spirits, and he's suggesting we hold a seance. He believes she may be stuck between worlds due to unfinished business. The working theory we have is that when my dad prayed for protection of the house, all he did was form a barrier over the threshold, leaving her locked inside. This was back in 2013. My grandmother passed away suddenly. My mother was down with them for about 3 hours from our home. I get a call that me and my father need to go to the hospital ASAP. So me and my dad load my truck up with clothes and I start driving. I was doing 100 plus miles an hour down a highway that's notorious for speed traps. And we passed many highway patrol vehicles, but none of them stopped us. We got to the hospital in about an hour and 15 minutes from the phone call, and she had passed as we were pulling into the parking lot. Well, that night, we went to my grandparents' house and all hell breaks loose in regards to weather. Tornado sirens going off, blinding rain so thick you can't see 2 inches in front of you, and extreme winds. This went on all night from the moment we got in the house till the next morning, after everyone had awoken. Well, me, my dad, grandfather, uncles, and my mom were out on the porch drinking coffee, talking and planning the funeral. I looked across the field and saw the sun was starting to break. This is the first and only time I've seen a quadruple rainbow, and a cardinal was sitting on the porch railing not 6 inches from us at the same moment, and it even let us pet it. Now I should say, my grandmother was an awesome lady, and very, very hard to anger, but when you angered her, you would have thought a bomb went off with how mad she would be. I'd only seen her in that mood twice in my life. So I believe the sudden storms that night were her tearing into someone for taking her away from her family suddenly. Then the rainbows and cardinal were her letting us know she was okay. Then in 2018, when my grandfather passed, my sister called us to look out the window and sent us a picture outside her window. Outside our window and her window at the same time, there were 2 cardinals not 6 inches away from us, and they also let us pet them when we went outside. About 10 minutes later, we got a phone call about my grandfather passing away. I feel like this was them saying goodbye. Casting the stories are as follows. Mom and Dad, my siblings are 1 7-year-old brother, 1 5-year older sister, sister 1, and 1 3-year older sister, sister 2. The first story, I was about 8, so this would have been about 1995. I was in bed one morning during the summer around 9 a.m. We had the old cheap pull-down blinds, the type you pull down to allow it to release and open. I was just laying there after waking up and listening to the radio when the blind randomly shot up violently. At first I thought the blind broke, but when my brother came in to see what had happened and what I did, I told him I didn't do anything. I was away from the window on the edge of my bed. My brother, after I said that, went ghostly white and pale and told me not to look out of my room. I turned around and in the window is this demonic looking face. Being 8, I wasn't able to recall the details on the face, but from what I remember and from what my brother has described years later, it looked like a mix of a zombie, a rotting goat, and a devil. After seeing this, both of my sisters ran into the room to see what was going on, and both started screaming as well because they saw it. My brother was trying to get all 3 of us out of the room while we were absolutely frozen in fear. The figure started running across the bed and tripped on the blankets and fell through the floor to the basement. I say tripped and through, like that, as it was what appeared to have happened to me. My sisters refused to talk about it to this day, and my brother didn't see it. The basement of this house was always scared me. It was always dark no matter how many lights were on or if flashlights were used. About a month later, my sister too started screaming in the middle of the night, and I'm talking a blood-curdling scream. We all woke up from her screaming, but none of us could move, both of my parents included. My room was next to my parents, so I could hear them screaming to my sister asking, "What is going on? We can't move." My sister only continued screaming. The only person who does not wake up is my sister number 1, who's in the same room. She slept through the entire ordeal. I'm crying. I hear my parents and my brother trying to get up to the extent that they're shaking the bed to get out, but they cannot move. It's like we're all held down by something. After about 15 or 20 minutes of this, we all released about the same time. and all of us ran into the living room towards my sister's room. Then both of my sisters ran out of the room. Sister number 2 told us what happened. She awoke and saw someone floating over her with the face of a witch. Sister number 1 said she woke up and saw something go from above sister number 2 to the floor to the basement, but thought she was imagining things as she had just woken up, but heard all of the screaming, and that's when all of us were able to get up and move. I live in a suburb. My father died 2 years ago at work, and his ashes are in the same room as mine. I've gotten messages from him from dream visitations. One of the most common, familiar sensations or smells, pennies and dimes, and electrical disturbances. Nobody else we know has died, and we're the first owners of the house, and we have no landlord. I'm young, and younger people tend to notice paranormal activity more than adults. It's 2:30 a.m, and I'm the only person up. The room is dark, the crickets are loud with the summer fall mix, and the air conditioning is silent. The only light is from my smoke alarm and computer motherboard, a faint orange flashing glow from the back. I'm lying in bed trying to sleep, but I have a heavy feeling on my shoulder, like something is about to happen. I move my blanket around. I hear a faint whistling in the distance. The crickets go silent, and I can now hear the blood moving around my ear. My bedroom is in the back of the house, and the whistling is in the front. I hide under my blanket as the something gets closer, getting louder. I'm frightened by whatever this is, and my brother, who is 16, stays asleep. The whistling continues to get closer until it's directly in front of my house. It stopped. I don't dare move a muscle, but then it continues to whistle while standing still, then continues across the sidewalk. Ever since this happened, it's happened almost every night with nobody up to hear. I've had my fair share of demonic activity all my life. I've been grabbed, seen black figures, had them pass through me, touch me, pull my feet, shake my bed, move things. I'm not new to this. I recently bought an older home from the 50s. You can usually feel when something is in the house. This one felt fine. First, I've recorded white mists in the front yard. Someone walking with heavy boots on the porch and in the home. Balls of light in various locations. I've heard feet with nails running on the wood floors. I've heard someone talking in my ear, scratching on the dressers by my head. My wife has also seen black figures over our newborn, so we covered all the mirrors. Now, our daughter says she's seeing things in the mirror in her room. A black figure in the mirror was moving around, so she looked at the floor, and it moved to the floor in front of her. We've had the house blessed by a pastor. He seems good. He's even been to the Vatican. He left pictures of saints around the house that he blessed. After this one night, the front door slammed shut. I ran to check and it was open, so I closed it and put the locks on. That morning, when I got up at 3:30 a.m, I noticed that the saints were missing. I looked for all the other ones, and they were gone. I've tried to find out what I can about the house. No one's died here. There's no burial ground under it or anything. The only thing is a beetle painted on the wall in our daughter's room. It's an outline of a beetle with the head on top and the top legs pointed up. We painted over it twice, and it keeps bleeding through all the paints. I thought it was a marker at first, but now I don't know what it is. Does the beetle have any significance of demonic or paranormal in any way? My partner passed away from a sudden, massive heart attack on April 20th of this year. Life has been a total shit show since then, but I wanted to share the weirdness that happened in the day leading up to the event and see if anyone else has experienced something like it. Things started to get weird the evening before. He was in excellent spirits and we were hanging out with a friend. Had been watching TV, but started sharing old RPG stories. He launched into a story about two of his characters in a long campaign he DM'd, and he was talking animatedly. I had this weird, quiet voice in my head tell me to really pay attention, to lock this scene in my mind. I studied everything about him while he spoke and gestured and smiled and laughed, and such a deep love. Later, I'd be thankful for this, because I'd be able to replace the visuals of finding his body with the scene whenever it bubbled up in my mind. But it was a strong compulsion that night, which hasn't happened before ever, and that weird quiet voice would make another appearance the next day. Later, I'd mention this to our friend who was present, and she admits she too had a similar compulsion, and she's as skeptical of these things as they come. That night, I woke to a crash sound. I walked the house twice looking for the cause but found nothing. I checked on him once and saw his CPAP was running and started to go back to sleep, but felt this deep dread and decided to wake him up instead. I had never forcibly jostled him from sleep in the middle of the night, but I did it that night, with an apology. I just needed to make sure he was okay. He was, so we went back to sleep. The next morning, I felt sick as a dog. I felt so sick, I took my first ever COVID test, but I was sure something was really wrong. I felt completely dissociated, fuzzy-headed, and wholly out of step with time. Everything felt a beat behind. Everything felt deeply wrong in a way I'd not encountered before. He also felt a little off, he says, but mostly just tired. I took the morning off of work, but had to finish a project and went into my office to finish it as he walked downstairs to eat his lunch. We locked eyes as he walked downstairs. I think about that moment a lot. It was the last time I'd see him alive. I went into my office to finish the project. Less than 1 hour later, I emerged and realized he hadn't come back upstairs yet. I see a pile of folded laundry he forgot to take downstairs and chuckle to myself. I call out for him as I'm walking down the stairs, cheerfully announcing I'd finished the piece. Then I found him. In that horrible moment, time slowed to an absolute crawl, and I could feel the tracks of my thoughts almost separate, with a lower track insisting he had fallen asleep, but that weird quiet voice cut through, sad and calm, and said, "Ah, that's what it was." I knew it was referring to all of the recent strangeness. All of my symptoms disappeared in an instant. I felt time as a solid thing, this moment as an immovably heavy laden box that was inevitable and awful and pulled time around it out of step. Its gravity in this instant wrapping things around it. I could almost see this terrible wall between what was and what now was. A wall I couldn't get past to ever reach him again. I started screaming at that point and things became a blur of 911 and neighbours and EMTs in my memory of the day. My question isn't just if anyone has had this sort of experience before, although I very much do want to hear if you have, but why? Why have all these little dread moments? What's the point of precognition that looks so clear in hindsight but does nothing to prevent it? All that, and I still didn't feel the moment he passed. He was cold when I reached him. He was alone when he passed, and I can't forgive myself for that, even if there was no way to know. All these little things that happened feel like thorns because they did nothing for him or for me. They feel like taunts. About 30 years ago, when I was 6 years old, a classmate of mine tragically died in a snowmobile accident. She and her father were travelling down a frozen river when they fell through. This happened on a weekend, and it wasn't until the following Monday that the whole class was told. I should note that I was never close with this girl. She was more of an acquaintance, but nevertheless, this event was one of the first deaths I had experienced, and it had always stuck with me. It's an eerie experience that happened before this event that I'll never forget. On the weekend of the tragic event, I remember being at home when at some point during the afternoon, I had this weird feeling that's hard to explain. I suddenly started thinking about my classmate, specifically worrying that something was wrong with her. It was very brief, and I never gave it any thought again until that following Monday at school when I learned of what had happened. What's even creepier is that my premonition occurred around the same time it was estimated that the accident happened. I've never experienced an ESP event of this magnitude since, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. The only thing close to this is the odd, uncanny ability I have to predict certain episodes of TV shows that will air a few days before they do. But it's obviously nowhere near as eerie or serious as the original occurrence. I was never really close with this aunt. She wasn't technically my aunt. I don't know how it works, but she dated my mom's brother since I was around 10. She wasn't well her last few years. She had 2 kids with my uncle and took care of my 2 other cousins from a previous marriage. Anyways, so I never was close to her, which made this dream so bizarre. The night before the funeral, I had this very vivid dream of her. Now, when she died, she was a very skinny woman. In this dream, however, she looked like how she did before her gastric bypass surgery. Kinda on the thicker side, if you'd say. I was in a field with her, and in the dream, I knew she was dead. We spent a moment looking at one another, and I asked her how she was doing. She said she was fine, which was a typical response from her. Then I looked around, the field and monarch butterflies were flying around the field. Then I woke up and immediately told my mom. Flash forward to the funeral. It was an open casket. I'm in the line waiting to view her and greet the family. There were poster boards they had made lining the walls, and I started looking at all of them. I caught sight of one and immediately broke into tears. It must have been some kind of photo shoot she had done because she looked very posed in it. My mom saw and asked me what was wrong. I pointed at one of the photos and said, that's how she looked in my dream. And there were monarch butterflies all over this poster. I tried to compose myself before I saw the family, and my mom immediately told me I needed to tell them, which I thought was completely inappropriate. It's one thing if I was closer with them, but I wasn't that close. And it just seemed inappropriate in front of the rest of the people there. That didn't stop my mother. She walked right up to her brother and told him. I don't think he's the one to really believe in ghosts or supernatural things, but after she told him, tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at me and said, those are her favourite pictures of herself. When my husband was hired to be a butler on the rambling estate, I was told to choose one of the 2 houses as the butler's house. The first house I looked at was really more practical for us. Smaller, with a fenced-in garden, more privacy as we'd be further away from the main house and so on, but I didn't get too excited about it. The second house was it for me the minute I walked in the door. At this point, let me say it was in disrepair and unoccupied for quite some time. But as I later realised, one aspect of this house that was a subtle form of haunting was to susceptible individuals like me. It seemed like a palace. I instantly became obsessively possessive about it. I, of course, picked this as our new home. We moved in, my husband began his new job, and I busily and happily began to transform the neglected old house into our little castle, or so I thought. It was a huge place with enormous rooms and a master bedroom the size of a ballroom. One of the first things that started to go awry were malfunctions that came out of nowhere. We had just had the chimneys cleaned, yet a chimney fire started for no good reason in the old Stanley cooker in the kitchen. Luckily, a workman spotted it, and it was put out with no real damage. One Sunday afternoon, we were out, and I had the gnawing feeling to go back home. We did, and found the washing machine had turned itself on somehow, and the door was wide open, pumping water into our kitchen. It took all day to clean up that mess. The feeling of being watched after sunset was overwhelming. My husband worked late hours, and oftentimes I had to wait for him outside until he returned. I tried initially to convince myself it was imagination, but it wasn't. I saw a white mist outside our bedroom door slowly fall from the feet up into the shape of a woman and disappear before my eyes. We heard nightly whispers, or what sounded like people fighting downstairs, nearly every night. The singing lady was another. I saw my husband's doppelganger one night going to the bathroom as he slept in our bed. Not long after, he died of a heart attack. He was strong, but I believe the house had a bad influence on his health. After his death, I stayed on the estate for years, living in another house across the way. Butlers came and went. One hung himself, another, a big strong man, faded away and died in less than 6 months. Prior to my husband being butler, the man that held the position also lived in that house for a brief time. He was accused of murdering his brother for profit on the estate, but it was never proven. He left the job and house and moved away, and we were the next occupants. So me and a group of friends, my ex-boyfriend, my female friend, and the other a male. We took a night off to visit some abandoned places. Now where I live, there's not many, or they're protected by dogs, and I don't fancy having a leg chewed off. So we all dressed in clothes that we knew we could throw away from mold and other things being in the places. We decided to go to the furthest one away, which was an old abandoned swingers club. We arrived at a petrol station halfway down from the literal mansion, walked down the side of the motorway, finally greeted by a fence and a small brick wall. We all helped each other get over and supported each other's balance getting through the back. Backstory to this club. A few years ago, some idiots set it on fire because they thought it was funny. So upstairs was caved in and everywhere looked like it had been smashed up. We walked through to the main lobby, a massive swimming pool and pretty artwork on the wall you can just about see. We looked around, took photos, and we walked out the front, and this is where the first interaction happened. I looked up and to the front, and I was the one behind everyone. I was taking photos, and someone grabbed my shoulder and yanked it back, but no one was behind me, just big gates. So I was a little freaked and asked the others if they had felt it, and they all said no. My ex-boyfriend at the time had a bat in his hand, and we walked back in. So we're going to visit the dungeons, but as we walked over, there was a clown mask hanging from a rope. Bear in mind, that was not there when we came in. We would have seen it. So I literally said, if this, I'm out. I started walking towards the entrance. Before we left, one of the boys had collected a teddy and put it in the car. We didn't even drive for more than 5 minutes, and the radio and lights went mad on the dashboard. It didn't take long for the friend to lob the teddy out of the window. Second building I went to was an old pub. The back was open, so we got in through there. Everything looked like it wasn't touched, and they just got up and left. So I took some photos of the bar, and them all posing as barmen and women. After we looked around, the two boys wanted to go upstairs, so we said, cool beans. We'll wait in the car and watch you. As we watched them, a tall, dark, black figure was walking around behind them. I tried to ring my ex-boyfriend, but it was like trying to get through to someone on a radio. They came back downstairs, and I said what I saw, and what they said next was chilling to the spine. So all the floors are normal bedrooms, right? With the mattresses all stood up? I said, yeah. He said, you get to the top floor and it's empty, with a chair in the middle. A belt and a photo of a young girl sitting on the empty chair. Nothing else. Just a belt and a photo of a young girl. For some reason, I agreed to go back in after that, to see for myself. I got to the stairs door, and everything in my body froze, and I said I didn't want to go. Now, you know, boys being boys, arguing with me over the fact I was scared or whatever, but this was my body purely refusing to move. So they said all right, and took me back to the car. As we were leaving, a pint glass went flying at one of the boys' heads, and the toilet door slammed shut when I told you they all ran away. They all ran. Now, fun fact, this place was where the highwayman was born and raised. Turns out, I'm somehow related to this guy, but it's highly paranormal in the caves up top. So was he protecting me as a cousin or a distant uncle? I'll never know. I've never considered my childhood home haunted, but I still can't make logical sense of this happening. My friend is the one who actually witnessed the unexplainable in my home. I had a friend over one day. We had just gotten back from an outing, and we both needed to use the restroom. My house has 2 restrooms in it, so we both took one and did our business. These bathrooms are located within close proximity of each other. As I was finishing up, I heard my friend calling my name. I yelled back, saying what? But she just continues to call for me. I can hear her voice fading as she's moving in the direction opposite of where the west room I was in was located. I finished up as quickly as I can so I can see what she wants. When I find her, she tells me that as she was leaving the restroom she was in, she saw someone at the end of the hall. She assumed it was me, as I was the only one in the house other than her at the time. The only weird thing is that who she thought was me was wearing red shorts. I didn't own red shorts. She followed this figure to my brother's room, and when she looked into his room, no one was there. But the red shorts the figure was wearing was laying on the floor of his room. When she told me this, we got the heck out of there. Ever since that experience, I haven't experienced anything else in my home. So about a week ago, I was volunteering at this local art exhibition that happens every year during September. Nothing major, it's about 20 artists showing their work in this converted barn. I honestly volunteered hoping they'd show some of my work. Anyhow, I was working there with the lady who owned the barn and the surrounding properties, her friend and one other guy. Like I said, this whole show was happening in this big converted barn. However, some areas of the barn were still very noticeably old. They had a kitchen area in this back room where I would basically stand around all day and make tea and wash dishes when I needed to. One of those times, I was washing the dishes. I was singing to myself in Portuguese, when I heard from the main part of the barn someone singing back to me. At that moment, I'm thinking I'm having a nice duet with one of the people working there. But then I stop and think to myself, as I'm about to reach the chorus, I'm working in an art exhibition in England, with two 50-year-old women and a 17-year-old guy, all of whom are British. Who the hell speaks Portuguese here? I stop singing, and the voice immediately goes quiet. I go out into the big main room to see who's doing this, and this is an open space with little to no hiding places. No one is there. I would have heard if they'd left through the door, as that thing made a hell of a racket when opened or closed. I think because that was one of the leftover features from before the conversion. Now that I think about it, I can't confidently say whether the person singing was male or female. I still find it pretty creepy a week later. Around 2013 to 16, at around dusk on a late summer day, me and my mom were walking our dogs in the neighbourhood. As we turned the corner onto a street leading to a four-way intersection, I noticed a figure walking slowly down the middle of the intersection. As we approach, I immediately feel a sense of dread and anxiety. The person was a teen girl, wearing a tie-dyed shirt and short shorts, bawling, walking down the middle of the road. I was perplexed at the time, but now I know it very well could have been a person in crisis. My mom looks in the direction I'm looking, but doesn't seem to see or acknowledge the girl. The nights also seemed to darken suddenly for about 10 seconds to almost the conditions of a moonless night, as she walked in between me and my sister. As she got closer, I noticed a tissue in one hand and a piece of paper with writing in the other. There was a large amount of blood on her shirt and the tissue, and she was covered in either sweat or water. She didn't acknowledge either of us, and when I looked back about 10 seconds after crossing the intersection, the night had returned to dusk, and there was no sign of her. Recently, I've been looking into missing persons reports and police records in my town for this time period, and have come up short of anything but more questions. My mom doesn't recall the event, but she recalls me being especially quiet and going to bed early that night. I do have a history of seeing ghosts. Take that as you will. This story happened to me. On May 22nd, 2022, my wife and I were spending the night at Frank Sinatra's house in Palm Springs. This is the day after our wedding, and we had been there since Friday. On Sunday night, I had stayed up late and didn't realise how late it was, as I was stargazing by the pool, smoking a joint. I decided to go back to the main bedroom where my wife was asleep. I made sure to walk the property, locking any open doors and closing any open windows. As I made my way back to go to bed, I walked into the bedroom and checked the time. It was 3:15. I thought, damn, it's late, and closed the door. Turned around and started to take a step towards the bed. The door, as I take my second step, clicks and opens. Now I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same thing. I'm under the influence, and there's a small chance that I didn't shut the door. Debunked. So I turn around and close the door again, but this time I push the door and make sure it's closed, and I lock the door. So as I think that's the end of that, I jump into bed, put on cartoons, and get ready to knock out when I start to hear knocking on the glass wall and door that goes to the backyard. I think nothing of it and ignore it until I hear a click again, and then I watch the door swing open and slam against the doorstop, waking up my wife. We both freaked out, and I searched the entire house for any anomalies that could have caused it, but nothing. I went to use the restroom, and as I'm using the restroom, I hear the clicking of a light switch, but nothing is turning on and off. I think nothing of it, and then my wife proceeds to hear the same thing when she uses the restroom. The rest of the night, we're hearing scratches, knocks on windows, and what sounded like walking on the roof. We told the property management company about it, and they had said it's the first time someone reported like this happening. Weird experience. Won't be staying there again by ourselves. I was born in 2003, so I'm 19 now. I don't remember when exactly it happened, but it was certainly between 2007 and 2009, when I was 4 to 6 years old. There were days when I would ask questions about the world around me, which is natural for that age. The thing is, I recall at least 2 events in which I asked a question, and suddenly everything around me stopped moving for a very short time, as if time had stopped except for myself. While the time was paralyzed, someone would talk to me, answering the questions. I recall on both occasions, the voice who answered me was a soft male voice. Anyone would be scared by that, but the voice was so friendly that hearing it made me feel at peace. After the voice answered my questions, time would return to normal like nothing happened. Eventually, after it happened the second time, it never happened again. I eventually forgot about it until 2019, when for some reason I remembered those events and never forgot again. Also in 2019, around October to December, I was in my grandparents' room staring at the night sky when my eyes fixated on a cloud for no reason. It was no different from any other cloud, but it made me curious, so I kept staring at it. Suddenly, a blue sphere of light passed through the cloud at an impressive speed. I didn't manage to look too much at it, but I remember that besides the blue colour, it had a bright white core. I'm not sure if this is related to the voice that I used to hear when I was a kid or not. Both my grandparents also had experiences with UFOs when they were younger. In 2006, Rob and Vicky Graves, along with their teenage kids, decided to look for a property in suburban Indiana, as they were tired of the city's fast-paced lifestyle. During their property search, they stumbled upon a property called Fox Hollow Farms, which was a huge estate, but had an abnormally low asking price. Interested in the property, the couple ended up calling the real estate agent and went on a house tour. The family was astonished by the sheer size of this house and the beauty it emitted. While walking around the house, something struck Rob's mind. He remotely remembered hearing that the house belonged to a serial killer named Herb Baumeister. He then stopped the real estate agent and asked him if this house was actually owned by a serial killer. The agent didn't refuse a bit, and even agreed. He told the family that he was expecting them to ask about the killer and proceeded to share with them the history of that house. The house was originally owned by Herb Baumeister, the most notorious serial killer Indiana had ever seen. Baumeister was a completely normal child until the onset of puberty. Right after puberty hit, he started displaying antisocial behavior and started showing an obsession with the dead. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which was left untreated. Later, he appeared as a successful professional, a perfect dad, a loving husband, and a perfect neighbour to others. But what he did in private was commit cold-blooded murders. He went around killing people, gay men, and buried them in his own property, which is nothing but the Fox Hollow Farms. Once he knew he was getting closed down by the police, he fled to Ontario and killed himself. In his death note, he mentioned that he was killing himself because of his failing business and marriage. Police would end up finding multiple bodies on the property. The property was then purchased by a private investor who removed all of Baumeister's belongings from it. The house was later put on the market, but it failed to attract any buyers. People would come, look at the house, and then end up not buying it because of its dark history. The agent told them that the house's dark history was the reason for its cheap price. Unlike the others who rejected the house previously, the Graves ended up buying it. 2 weeks later, the family moved into the house and instantly fell in love with it. The teenage sons especially loved spending time in the swimming pool of the house. They would playfully run around and bring dirt and gravel into the pool while getting back into it. So one day, Vicky was vacuuming around the pool, cleaning up the mess the boys had made, and the vacuum cleaner stopped working all of a sudden. When she turned around, she saw the power cord plugged out of the socket. She thought to herself that she might have jutted out the cord accidentally, plugged it again, and resumed the vacuuming. Within just a few moments, the power cord was plugged out again, but this time, it was almost a foot away from the socket. She wondered how she could have jutted it out so far accidentally, plugged it again, and continued vacuuming. This time, she kept looking over her shoulder to see why it was getting plugged out, and she saw it getting thrown out of the socket right in front of her eyes. She was startled by it and went back into the house, dropping the vacuum on the spot. Rob worked at a car dealership, and one of his employees named Joe was constantly turning up late for work. As he couldn't tolerate this behaviour anymore, he confronted Joe and asked him the reason for always turning up late. Joe told him that he lived over an hour away, and that was the reason he couldn't be on time for work. After thinking it over for a brief period, Rob offered Joe to rent an apartment attached to his residence. Joe readily accepted and moved into the apartment a couple of days later with his dog Fred. Tired from the transportation of his goods, Joe went to bed early that night. That night, he had a dream where he was being chased by someone unknown, and this made him sleepwalk. He started running away from the apartment in a half-lucid state and tumbled onto the ground, knocking over a glass that cut his hand really badly. A couple of days later, when Vicky returned home, she found Rob painting a portion of the house. She walked towards him, and the couple started speaking about how beautiful the house would look after he finished painting it. As they were speaking, Vicky noticed a man clothed in a red t-shirt come out of the nearby woods into their property. He stood there eerily staring at them in the house. Before she could tell Rob about it, the man went back into the woods and disappeared. Still, Vicky ended up telling Rob about the man, but Rob told her that it was quite common for a house with such dark history to have stalkers. Vicky accepted this as their new reality and tried to not give much attention to what she had seen. Later that night, as Joe was cleaning up his dishes, he heard someone knock on the door. As Joe was doing his dishes, his hands were full of soap foam and he was washing it off before going to check who was knocking on his door. While he was washing his hands, the knocking got louder and more aggressive. He yelled, "I'm coming," but the knocks didn't stop. Assuming it was Rob or Vicky calling him for an emergency, he rushed to the door as soon as he could and opened it. When he opened it, all he could see was emptiness. Joe initially thought that it was the work of an intruder and looked at every place he suspected, but he found none. As he walked back towards his apartment confused, he saw someone sitting in his bedroom and his dog stood near his bedroom barking at it. As Joe rushed into the room, the person disappeared. He turned on all the lights to make sure it wasn't a thief, and he found no one inside. Joe was disturbed by the knocks he had heard previously and walked out of his apartment with his dog, seeking a rational explanation. As he walked through the house's driveway, he noticed a man in a red t-shirt walking into the woods. His dog started chasing this man and ran into the woods. Joe couldn't leave his friend in the woods, and he followed it into the woods in fear. As he entered the woods, he saw his dog staring at him all silently. In fact, it was staring at something slightly to his side. As he slowly turned his head to see what it was, he saw the man in a red t-shirt standing right next to him. Joe ran out of the woods in fear, and his dog followed him into his apartment. He locked the door and peeked out through his window to see if the man followed him. That night went by with Joe constantly looking out of the window, hoping that the man didn't return. The next day, Joe rushed to Rob and Vicky and informed them about the occurrences of the previous night. When he told them about the man with the red t-shirt in the woods, Vicky immediately connected to him, as she had seen the same person the previous day. That night, Joe was all locked up in his apartment, hoping that the night was not as terrible as the previous night. As he was looking out of the window in fear, he heard someone knock on his door. The knocks were so aggressive that the doors literally rattled. Joe opened the door, and just like the previous night, he found no one. As he stood there looking around, he noticed that the knocker of the door stood perpendicular to the ground, as if someone was holding it. The knocker knocked on the door one last time, with no one near it. Joe swiftly went back into his room and locked the door in fear. As he anxiously looked at the door, he saw the doorknob turn all by itself, and the door burst open. He ran out of the apartment to see who was causing all this, and when he returned back, he saw a man, soaked completely, run out of his apartment right across from him. Scared to death, Joe, along with his dog, rushed into Rob and Vicky's portion and told them what had just happened. The three of them arrived at the conclusion that the house was haunted by the victims of Baumeister, and convinced themselves that they would not harm them. But little did they know, it was not just the victims haunting their property. One night, as Joe was working on his computer, he heard noises from his kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, he saw all knives neatly lined up. Joe thought that this was the work of the ghost of a victim, and he felt obliged to help it. So he turned off the AC, took out his iPhone, and started recording. He asked multiple times who was in the kitchen, but got no answers. He laughed at how silly he was, but still transferred the recording to his PC and listened to it. In the recording, he heard a man answer, the married one. The creepy part is that the only one who was married in Baumeister's case was Baumeister himself. Evil never dies after all. Dave in Capital City Theatre. In 2006, Dave Murphy became a police officer in Salt Lake City, Utah. His first role was Protective Service Officer, which put him in charge of the physical security of the county facilities. His first facility was nothing but the Capital City Theatre. This theatre was a landmark in the city as it had been in it since the early 1900s. Dave met his partner Morgan Matthews when he first reported at the theatre, and he appeared to be an all-work, no-fun guy. The first thing Morgan did after their meeting was take him to the control room on the first floor of the theatre. The room had monitors that showed the feed of cameras located all around the house. The cameras, however, were not in their best shape and could only tell what was in the frame only if there was ample lighting. Since the lights were almost always turned off during the night, the cameras were literally useless then. Later, Morgan took Dave to the basement of the theatre. Dave was astounded by the sheer size of the basement, and he was creeped out by its eeriness. Standing there was so disturbing that Dave literally ran out of it when they were done with this area. Dave was given a tour of the second and third floors of the theatre as well. Once they were done with the tour, Morgan told Dave about the inspection rounds they had to do twice a day. During these rounds, they had to do a check on all the rooms of the theatre once before dawn and once before dusk. This check was to make sure the doors were locked and the lights were turned off. Once the rounds were complete, they headed back to the control room where they spent the rest of their time. That night, Dave was hopeful that he would get to know more about his partner, but Morgan did not seem interested in speaking to him, and cut short every conversation he started. The first obscure event. Morgan accompanied Dave for the first few inspection rounds, and on the night of the third day, Dave set out to do the rounds all on his own. After checking the remaining rooms of the theatre, Dave finally proceeded to check the rehearsal room. This room was located on the third floor of the theatre, and it had no door. He peeked into this room to make sure there was no one inside, and it was then he heard a door across the hallway shut closed. Dave initially thought that it was the work of an intruder and walked towards this door, taking his pistol in his hand. He figured out that it was the bathroom door that shut closed, and he informed Morgan to check if someone was there on the floor on the radio. When Morgan checked the camera feed, he saw no one, but because of the seriousness in Dave's voice, he headed to the third floor to check it himself. As Dave stood near this door investigating, he noticed that the door had a hydraulic hinge. This meant that there was no way someone could have shut it closed. As Dave was about to enter the bathroom in search of the intruder, he was joined by Morgan. The police duo searched every nook and corner of the room, but found no one inside. When Dave and Morgan were sure that the intruder was not inside the bathroom, they came to the conclusion that he was running out of the bathroom and slammed the door on his way out. They started investigating the other section of the theatre with their guns still drawn out. As they slowly walked down the stairs, Dave noticed lights turned on in a room on the second floor, and all the other rooms on the floor had their doors wide open. Dave was confused by this sight, as he himself had closed those doors and turned off the lights. The duo's suspicions of intruders grew stronger. However, despite checking the entire theatre 3 times, they could find no trace of an intruder. Morgan petrified. A couple of days later, Morgan was all alone on his shift. While he was in the control room, he heard whispers coming from the hallway behind him. Because of the experience he had 2 days back, he immediately took out his pistol and slowly walked down the hallway in the direction of the whispers. With every step he took towards the whispers, they moved farther away from him. Following the whispers, he eventually reached the stairs leading to the basement. As he neared the basement, the whispers stopped, but he heard someone cough in the basement. Morgan was convinced that it was an intruder and slowly walked into the basement with his gun held high. He checked every room in the basement, but just like the previous time, there was not a single trace of an outsider. As he was walking back to the staircase, he saw smoke coming out of the door of a room beside him. He immediately opened the door and turned on the lights, but he saw nothing abnormal inside. As he searched the room for fire, the smell of smoke slowly dissipated from the air. He checked all the rooms in the basement for fire multiple times, but, as always, there were no traces. Tales of an accountant. A few days later, Dave went quite early for his shift, and when he entered the theatre, he overheard one of the theatre employees speaking about ghosts in the theatre. Dave was intrigued by his conversation and told him about the experience he had. This man, who was an accountant, took Dave to his cabin on the 3rd floor and narrated the experience on his last night shift. That day, the accountant was all alone in the theatre since it was late in the evening. He was doing his work in his cabin on the 3rd floor when he heard the elevator engine turn on. As he looked out of his cabin through a window to see what was happening, he saw the elevator going to the basement of the theatre and coming back up. As he kept staring at the elevator door, the door opened. He was awestruck by what he saw. The elevator was completely empty. He thought it was routine maintenance and continued with his work. He was disturbed again by the alarms of the elevator, and as he looked out of his cabin again, he saw the elevator door failing to close fully, as if someone was obstructing it. He walked into the elevator out of curiosity, and the moment he was in, the doors closed, and the elevator started moving toward the basement. When it reached the basement, he slowly walked out of the elevator and shouted, "Is anyone there?" in the empty basement. The eerie silence in the basement made him rush back to his cabin. While he was sitting in his cabin thinking about the weirdness he experienced, he heard banging noises from the hallway. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, he saw something that could make him run out of the theatre in fear. Tales of an encounter continued. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, he saw something that would make him run out of the theatre in fear. He saw all the drawers in a file cabinet situated in the hallways drawn out. And as he stood gazing at the strangeness, all drawers shut closed all by themselves, right in front of his eyes. This scared him so much that he ran out of the theatre, leaving all his belongings behind. Dave's friend visits the theatre. As the paranormal events continued, Dave decided to offer a tour of the theatre to his friend in order to get extra validation. After Morgan approved this idea, Dave called his friend Greg and offered him a tour of the theatre, which he readily accepted. The next day, Greg was greeted by Dave and Morgan at the theatre. The tour started in the main auditorium, and once they were done, they moved into the basement. As they walked through the hallway of the basement, Dave noticed that a door on their left was open. Dave and Morgan immediately pulled out their pistols, aimed at the open door, and slowly walked towards it, with Greg just behind them. When they were about to enter the room, the door shut right in their face. Before they could react, the door handle started to rattle aggressively. Once the rattling stopped, Morgan and Dave broke into the room. Greg, being too scared of staying all alone in the hallway, followed them into the room. While they were looking around the room, Greg gasped and pointed at a corner of the room. He said to the other two that someone was sitting in that counter. But when Dave and Morgan swiftly turned towards the corner, they saw no one. At this point, all three of them were scared to death and ran out of the basement as fast as they could. Once they were out of the basement, Greg decided his time at the theatre was up, and he left it. Morgan quits. After multiple requests, the cameras in the theatre were replaced with better cameras with infrared lights. This meant that the cameras offered upgraded night vision. The very first shift after the camera installations were assigned to Morgan. As he was in the control room getting used to the new system, he noticed a man sitting in the main auditorium of the theatre on the camera feed. The man slowly turned his head towards his camera and stared at it with his glaring eyes. Morgan felt as if this man was directly staring at him. As Morgan watched this man through the feed, he raised into the ceiling and disappeared into thin air. It was the last straw for Morgan, and he raised a request for transfer on the very next day. Dave quits. A few days after Morgan was transferred, Dave had to spend a night all alone at the theatre. After performing the routine rounds, Dave returned to the control room and started monitoring the camera feed. All of a sudden, he heard a piano play. He immediately headed towards the basement since he knew that the only piano in the theatre was located in the basement. As he neared the basement stairs, he pulled out his gun and walked towards the piano in stealth. As he neared the piano, he figured out that the piano was playing on its own. As he took another step towards it, the piano guard shut closed. He instinctively ran out of the basement and, similar to Morgan, raised a request for transfer the very next day. A new officer greeted by the paranormal. After Dave and Morgan forced their transfer, the police department could not find a permanent security officer for the theatre. After multiple failed attempts, they found a veteran officer named Josh Thomas for the job. However, on his very first day of duty, he heard voices in the basement. He went down to check the cause, but despite turning on all the lights and doing a thorough check, he found no one. As he made his way to the third floor, the elevator turned on by itself, went down to the basement, and returned back to the third floor. As Josh stood staring at the elevator door, it opened with no one inside. This event made Josh strongly believe that someone else was in the theatre with him. Since he was the only one on shift that day, he called for backup on the radio. Coincidentally, Dave was in the rounds near the theatre, and upon hearing his call for backup, he immediately went into the theatre to help him. When Dave entered the theatre, he was greeted by Josh's petrified face. Dave asked him not to worry, and the duo proceeded to clear the theatre. They checked all the rooms except the main auditorium, but just as Dave anticipated, there was no one. Before Dave left, they decided to check the main auditorium once. They went into the main auditorium and stood on the stage, chatting with each other. They were positioned in such a way that Dave had his back facing the seats, and Josh was facing him and the seats. Josh suddenly started stuttering and stopped mid-sentence. He was looking over Dave's shoulder with his frightened eyes. When Dave asked what was bothering him, Josh said something was standing behind him. As Dave slowly turned his head, he saw a man standing at the corner, facing the wall. He was looking down, and his head was covered by a hood. By the time Dave completely turned, this man turned around quickly and looked directly at them. He had extremely sunken eyes and a terribly burnt face. He teleported himself to the backside door and disappeared right in front of their eyes. A terrible accident. Desperate to find an answer to the events in the theatre, Dave dug deep into its history. After performing a complete study of the building's history, he got to know about a major fire accident in the theatre in the 40s. During this accident, a man was stuck in the basement and he was burnt to death. Dave was convinced that the phantom of this man was the reason behind all the paranormal events in the theatre. Sebastian witnesses anomaly. The Sierra Madre Oriental is a mountain range that starts from the southern border of Texas and continues 700 miles through the northwest region of Mexico. Almost halfway across this mountain range, on its eastern face, lie a series of caves. Many small isolated villages that are populated mainly by illiterate poor farmers are situated around these caves. On one night in May 1963, a 14-year-old boy from one of these small villages, named Sebastian Guerrero, went out to venture into these caves. He did it quite often, as there was a local belief that these caves had treasure in them. As always, he got out of his house, walked up the mountain, and started walking towards the first cave opening he saw. As he was walking, he saw light come out of a cave opening far away on his right. From what he knew, the caves had never had people visit them before, especially at night. Hence, seeing this light intrigued the young boy. He started walking towards this lit-up cave, and with every step he took towards it, he was getting farther away from his village. As he got closer and closer to the cave, he started hearing a sound that appeared to be the laughs or screams of a person. His curiosity increased, and he walked even faster toward the cave. At about 200 feet away from the opening, he started hearing people singing and chanting in unity, and one person screaming out of extreme pain. Sebastian slowly sneaked into the cave entrance, hid behind a big opening, and peeked into it. What he saw inside terrorized him, and he started running away from the cave as fast as he could. While running, he had a strong sensation that he was being followed. The young boy did not run towards his village, but to a nearby police station that was almost 10 miles away. Sebastian did not even stop running after he broke into the front door of the police station. The police, who were completely off guard, calmed down to the hysterical boy. After he finally composed himself, he opened up to the police about what he had seen. Sebastian and Louis go missing. Sebastian told the police that he saw a vampire inside the cave, surrounded by a group of people. The police, who were serious until then, let out a sigh of relief and told the young boy that he might have had a nightmare and drove him back to his village. When Sebastian woke up the next day, he was not able to get what he had seen in the previous night and was extremely disturbed. So he went back to the police station and asked them to investigate the cave. The police, however, never took him seriously and shooed him away. He repeatedly insisted that something evil and dangerous was there inside the cave, and if they did not intervene, it would take the lives of people. After pleading repeatedly, one officer named Louis Martinez asked Sebastian to take him to the cave so that he would investigate it. Sebastian, who was grateful to this officer, got into the car with him and took him to the cave. Later in the day, the other officers started to grow worried, as Louis and the kid had not returned after heading to the cave. Also, Louis was not reachable on his radio. The police waited for them to return until that evening after lunch. They went to Sebastian's village, hoping that the boy would have returned. But even Sebastian's whereabouts were not known. It was at this point that the police understood that it was an emergency. As they were understaffed, they sought the help of the Mexican military and headed towards that cave in search of Louis and Sebastian. What they saw would shock the entire world. In order to know what they saw inside, let us travel back to December of 1962. The ploy of the Hernandez brothers. Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, two scammers who were also brothers, engineered a plan to grow wealthy quickly. To execute it, they went to a small isolated village called Yerba Buena, which had only 20 families, and whose primary occupants were illiterate and poor. This village was present right below the cave, which Sebastian and Louis went to investigate. Right before the new year, this scammer duo got into Yerba Buena and put on a dramatic show, telling how they were the prophets of an exiled Inca god. They told them that if they were obedient and did the thing they commanded, this god would bring them wealth. They were extremely good salesmen, and as a result, they convinced the gullible villagers into believing their disguise and obeying them. The villagers believed their words so much that they practically became slaves to the brothers. They gave them anything they wanted and did everything they asked them to do. However, after a couple of months, some of the villagers started to get frustrated with the brothers, as they were losing their wealth instead of gaining some. Also, they were being treated extremely badly by the Hernandez brothers, which made them question if they were really prophets. As this opinion was slowly beginning to become the opinion of the whole village, the brothers who had already looted the village dry decided to try and rescue their mission. Entry of the Pseudo Goddess. To accomplish this, they went to a close-by city and went in search of prostitutes to aid them with their ploy. Their search ended when they met Magdalena Solis, a prostitute in the city. They told them about their ploy and asked her to pretend as an actual income goddess to instigate belief in the villagers once again. She liked this idea and agreed to do it in exchange for some money. So she, along with her brother, who acted as her pimp, was taken into the village secretly by the Hernandez brothers. The scammer duo dressed her in an Incan goddess costume and hid her in one of the caves in the mountain. Later, they went to the village, gathered up the villagers, told them that they had a special ceremony in the cave, and took them into the cave. After all of them were inside, they created a smokescreen using basic magic tricks and made Magdalena emerge out of it as a goddess. Standing amidst the smoke, she told them that she would kill them all if they dared disobey her. The villagers were intimidated by what she said and ended up completely believing her. The villagers started believing the Hernandez brothers again, and things seemed to work again. Everything went as planned, except for the Pseudo Goddess's change in attitude. After being a prostitute for a major portion of her life, the way these villagers saw her gave her a sense of control and respect for the very first time. She started herself as a goddess on the village, and this goddess was not really a merciful one. She completely took control over the village by giving death threats, and soon rose to the pinnacle of the authority structure, surpassing the Hernandez brothers. Although the brothers didn't like this, they didn't intervene, as they were getting to exploit the villagers the way they wanted. Magdalena's blood rituals. As time went by, the Pseudo Goddess started to abuse the villagers physically, mentally, and sexually. She started displaying strong sadomasochistic and paedophilic tendencies, and used the villagers to fulfill her extreme fetishes. She also convinced herself that in order to stay a goddess, she had to drink blood. Hence, she demanded the villagers to provide her with blood, which they needed. They slaughtered their farm animals and pets, drained out their blood, and gave it to the Pseudo Goddess. As the abuses and blood rituals continued, two villagers, in some time of April, felt that they had endured enough and decided to flee the village. The Hernandez brothers, who somehow got to know about this, old Magdalena about it. After getting to know about this, she immediately told the villagers to get into the cave for a special ceremony. Once everyone was in, she pointed at the two who were planning an escape and ordered the remaining to kill them. The other villagers obliged and beat the two of them to death. Once they were dead, Magdalena dragged their corpse to a pike she had set up in the cave and tied them up. She then took a chalice, walked towards the corpses, and pressed it against the bodies to fill it with their blood. Once it was filled, she proceeded to drink it. It was at this point that the pseudo goddess felt that she could drink human blood instead of animal blood. In the oncoming weeks, Magdalena would call the villagers, often for these blood rituals, ask the villagers to kill the one she pointed at and drink their blood. With time, she felt that killing the sacrifices spoils their blood, so she started to tie them up, cut out their hearts while they were still alive, and drink their blood. Sebastian and Louis are discovered. This exact scene is what poor Sebastian saw that night in the cave. The next day, when he and the officer went to the cave to investigate, they would have their hearts carved out by the pseudo goddess, who would drink their blood as well. When the police and armed forces arrived at the cave, they were attacked by the villagers, which led to a shootout. The shootout killed most of the villagers and the Hernandez brothers. Once the shootout stopped, they headed into the cave in search of the boy and the officer. However, they were able to only find their heartless bodies surrounded by pieces of human flesh. After searching the village, they found Magdalena and her brother hiding in a hut. They were later convicted and sentenced to 50 years in jail. In early 1974, a 34-year-old man named Michael Taylor was leading a happy life with his wife Christine and his 5 children in Ossett, West Yorkshire. He was a perfect father and a loving husband with a commendable sense of humour. His neighbours report that they would often hear Michael laughing or cracking jokes while they crossed his house. However, this beautiful family would lose their happiness in the April of the same year. Michael in the Christian Fellowship. One day in April of 1974, Michael was doing some house repairs while standing on a ladder. He accidentally slipped off the ladder and hurt his back badly. Although his injury was not major, it caused chronic pain which changed Michael's personality. The happy, humorous man became extremely depressed and irritable. His behaviour was so bad that his family could barely stay around him. While the Taylors were not religious, most families around them in the locality were. So some of their neighbours, who were also Michael's friends, persuaded him to seek God for healing his ailment. They also specifically suggested a Christian group named the Christian Fellowship. It was a religious group that offered support even during the non-Sundays. The group's leader was a 21-year-old extremely friendly woman named Marie Robinson, and his friends told him that she could potentially be the difference maker in his life. On the 12th of September of this same year, Michael joined the group and he was astonished by the way Marie carried herself and the way people treated her. Praying with this group helped reduce his chronic pain and filled him with happiness again. He started spending more time with this group, which also meant that he was spending more time with Marie. The duo had a strong bond growing between them. They started spending more time with each other, and all Michael told his family about was Marie. The road to exorcism. Their closeness caused rumours about an affair they had. These rumours slowly spread from his religious group to almost all ears in the town. Michael's wife eventually heard these rumours and started suspecting his husband of infidelity. One day, while Michael was praying with the group, his wife burst into the hall where they were praying and shouted at him, asking him to confess his affair. While she was shouting, Michael had his back towards her. He slowly tilted his head towards Marie and started staring at her. Just a few moments after establishing eye contact with him, Marie shouted in fear. She said that he looked nothing like a human. While the whole bunch of people were looking at Marie, Michael started blabbering something in a language none of them knew. He suddenly started running towards Marie like he wanted to kill her. The other members of the group piled up on him to stop him, but he never stayed still. After the people around him prayed for almost an hour, Michael finally fell unconscious and woke up as his normal self. After this event, Marie told Michael and his family that he was possessed and an exorcism should be performed on him as soon as possible. So they reached out to the Anglican Church, which in turn would send two of their best, named Raymond and Peter, for his exorcism. Exorcism and murder. The duo performed the exorcism rituals on Michael for an entire day, by the end of which he was completely exhausted. At the end of the ritual, they told him that he was possessed by 40 demons, and 37 of them were driven out. Since Michael was completely exhausted, they told him they would complete his exorcism the next day. So Michael ended up returning home with his wife that day. A few hours later, one of Michael's neighbours heard strange noises outside her house. When she slightly pulled a curtain aside and peeked through a window, she saw a completely naked Michael Taylor, covered completely in blood. He was walking around yelling praises of Satan. This woman was petrified at the sight and his behaviour and ended up calling the police. When the police arrived, they saw Michael lying near that woman's doorstep in the fetal position. He was giggling like a baby as the officials questioned him. He finally snapped out of the state and looked up at the police officials, all confused. The police then got to know about his identity. After calling for backup, the officials entered Michael's house. The first officer, who entered the house, ran out of it because of the frightening thing he saw inside. What he saw would become the most disturbing crime scene in English history. A few hours after he returned from the exorcism, Michael slipped back into his trance. He became extremely violent and started attacking his wife. He pinned her to the ground and with his bare hands gouged out her eyes and pulled out her tongue. The assault didn't stop there. He tore off her face with his hands and threw it across the room. As the woman was taking her final painful breaths, he smeared the blood oozing out of her once normal face on his naked body and enjoyed watching her die. Aftermath. Michael was convicted, but he was not declared guilty on the grounds of insanity. He spent 4 years in psychiatric care, after which he was sent back to the general population. So was Michael a man possessed by demons, or a demon in man's form? I leave it to your judgment. The Alexanders enter the Lorber Society. In the early 1950s, a young stonemason named Harold Alexander, living in Hamburg, Germany, came in contact with an old man named George. George was the leader of a small religious group called the Lorber Society, which was rooted in the Christian faith. Their views, however, were far more extreme than an average Christian. While most Christians believe in self-denial to gain favour with God, George and the other members of the Lorber Society took this concept of self-denial to the extreme. They practiced it so aggressively that nobody in the society could live a normal life as they prayed to God 24/7. To add on, members of the Lorber Society also believed that anyone who was not a part of them was evil. When Harold met George, he was blown away by him as George was extremely charismatic. George had a similar admiration for Harold, which instantly made them friends. The friendship made Harold and his wife Dragma join the Lorber Society. They wholeheartedly got into this extreme way of life and obediently listened to everything George told them. Harold rises in the ranks of the society. A few days after Harold and his wife joined the society, George was struck by illness and he was nearing his demise rapidly. Harold visited George when George was on his deathbed. When he returned after the meeting, he told his wife that George told him that he was going to be the next leader of the Lorber Society when George died. His wife, along with the rest of the society members, believed this, and when George eventually died, they accepted him as their leader. They revered him just like they did with George and devotionally accepted his words. Frank, a prophet of God. When Harold led the society, He continuously told them the next prophet of God would be returning to Earth, and they should be ready for it. He claimed that he would know immediately when the prophet arrived and order them to do whatever this prophet wanted without question, as it was God's will. In 1953, Harold and his wife Dragma birthed their second child, which was also their first boy, and named him Frank. As soon as Frank was born, Harold decisively said that his son was the prophet they had all been waiting for, and all the members accepted it without a second opinion. As Frank grew up, he was continually worshipped 24/7 by the members of the Lorber Society, which included his own family members. This had a major impact on his behavior. By the time Frank was at the age of a grade school child, he fully believed that he was the prophet of God, and he began using that authority to boss around his family, especially his 3 sisters and his mother. But he was never confronted as he was considered as a prophet of God. The Alexanders flee to Spain. When Frank turned 16, he started feeling the need for sex. But since society thought everyone was out of it was evil, he got a weird idea. Since he didn't want to pollute himself with the evil outside, he went to his father and told him that he wanted to ease his sexual urges by copulating with the family's woman. His father, instead of confronting him, encouraged this idea. To add to the grotesqueness, the family woman readily accepted their new roles, as they firmly believed pleasing him was pleasing God. As the weirdness went on, one of Frank's sisters told one of her friends in school about her jealousy when Frank engaged with the other women in the house. This even started rumours about the family's incestual behaviour, which eventually ended with the police catching their trails. Also, the Lorber Society started distancing itself from the family as they dejected the idea of incest. This led to Harold and his fleeing to Santa Cruz, a city on the Canary Islands in Spain. Despite their change in the locality, their belief system didn't change, and they continued worshipping Frank in their small apartment amidst the busy city. A creeped out doctor. 10 months later, on December 22nd, 1970, a wealthy doctor named Walter heard a knock on the door of his villa. When he opened it, he saw 2 men covered head to toe in something that resembled mud. When he asked what they wanted, they told him that they wanted to meet Sabine, his 15-year-old housemaid, as they were her father and brother. Yes, the 2 men were Harold and Frank. Heeding their request, Walter called for Sabine, and once she arrived at the door, he started walking away to give the personal space. He suddenly stopped overhearing the terrible things they were speaking about. He started sweating profusely after hearing their conversation and rushed into a room to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Harold and his children calm and composed. This was contradicting, as from what the police heard from Walter, the family cannot be so calm after performing such a hideous act. Harold continued to tell the police about the terrible actions he committed with such calmness that the police were dumbfounded. The police right away headed to Harold's apartment. When they opened the apartment door, they immediately understood that Harold was not bluffing. So what actually happened? It was the killing hour. According to Frank and Harold, women were innately evil, and they could only go to heaven if they were murdered and had their evil organs mutilated. This concept was strongly believed by them, and the women of the family completely accepted it, as according to them, Frank was a prophet of God, and everything he commanded was God's own command. On December 21st, 1970, Harold and his wife were taking a nap in their bedroom. Frank went into their bedroom, sat on the corner of their bed, and kept staring at his mom. His mom incidentally opened her eyes and looked at Frank in a way that he describes as offensive. Offended by their so-called offensive sight, Frank declared the killing hour. He grabbed a wooden coat hanger near him and started beating his own mom on her head. Instead of fighting against the assault, she lied on her back, kept her hands on her sides, and got into a position that made it easier for him to assault her, as it was the killing hour. His father, instead of stopping him, jumped out of the bed, ran into the hall, and started playing his organ in ecstasy. After hitting his mom's head until she fell unconscious, he proceeded to assault his 2 other sisters until they felt unconscious. Sabine escaped her death as she stayed in the doctor's house that week. While the three women were lying unconscious, Frank went to the kitchen and brought a knife with him. With that knife, he proceeded to cut off the breasts and genitals, according to him, the evil organs, of the still alive women, and nailed them to the walls. He further proceeded to carve out his mother's heart, wrapped it with a cord, and hung it on the wall. By then, the women were all dead, and the father-son duo left their apartment. They would then spend that night in another property of theirs before meeting Sabine. Harold and Frank were put into asylums from which they escaped after 20 years. Their whereabouts after their escape still remain obscure. Have you ever been really, really in love with someone? Where your every waking thought is concentrated solely on them, and the time where you're not with them feels like an eternity, counting down the minutes? Maybe you felt that way, maybe you haven't. I've had my fair share of relationships where I've had my head messed with over and over. Some of them like playing mind games, others were abusive, some were hysterical. Some were great, calm and kind people that I was too broken to love. Then there's Millicent, or Millie. She was too good to be true. I've been part of the workforce for a few years now. I got my architecture degree at Cloud State and moved out to Tomskog, Minnesota for an entry-level job. Small town, nice people, and cheap apartments. When my little brother graduated from Minnesota State, they decided to have a party. He studied law, and he had a class full of future lawyers looking to get some stress out after taking the bar exam. 4 open apartments on the same floor, everyone invited. It was the kind of frat-fueled party frenzy you see in the movies. I can't believe some of the people I met there were aiming for positions of power. I met a guy there who swore he was going to be on the Supreme Court. He did a keg stand 10 minutes later. Legend. That's when I first met Millie. If I'm a solid 6, she would have been an 11. It was hard not to gawk. She had short blonde hair, a Cannibal Corpse t-shirt, and the kind of jeans that you just throw on to get out of the house. She could have been wearing a plastic bag for all I cared. Her almond-shaped face was so unique. She was absolutely gorgeous, with a deceivingly large smile. No piercings, not even earrings, and no makeup. She made her way through the room, seemingly knowing everyone. A beer just magically appeared in her hand, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. I found myself standing beside her in the hallway. Music was thumping all around us, but all I could hear was my own pulse. I've never experienced anything like it before, actual love at first sight. You don't look like a lawyer, she smiled. You are +1. Here with my brother. Is he the one slamming fisherman shots, chatting up Kate in the kitchen? Allegedly. He absolutely was. He was on a 7th shot. Millie was delightful. Seeing that big smile up close was enough to break all the ice in the room. I felt like I could tell her everything, and we ended up talking for hours. I was completely sold. By the end of the night, we were making out in the backseat of my car like teenagers. I'll be the first to admit that I got a bit obsessed with her. I texted her every day, but she always seemed so busy. She hadn't graduated yet. She was getting a master's degree in applied statistics. She didn't seem like the kind of person who would spend hours cooped up in a room with a bunch of numbers, but everything about Millie was a mystery to me. We started dating regularly. Most of the time, we were just going out to eat and watch a movie, nothing big. The night would always end the same though, with a heavy makeout session, sometimes more. She loved just hanging out at my place, even though she thought my scented candles were a bit much. I like sandalwood, sue me. But something was wrong. I've never been very sickly, but I started developing multiple ulcers, and I was losing a lot of weight. I've always had a bit of frail physique, so losing more weight was dangerous. I could barely make it out of bed some days, and I remember once just sitting with a plate of spaghetti in front of me and trying to force myself to eat. It was too painful. I used to love pasta, but at that moment, it looked like I'd opened a can of worms. Of course, when I told Millie about it, she would always come right over. She took care of me for days at a time, helped me cook, clean, make the bed, pretty much everything. She used to bring over this delicious yogurt that made me feel like an actual human for a while. We'd cuddle up and watch Friends for hours on end. And of course, plenty of making out. That goes without saying. But things got worse. It got to the point where I had to be hospitalized and put on intravenous drip, as my body seemed unable to keep food down. My parents drove up to see me. All I could think about was Millie and how worried she'd be. Oddly enough, she didn't come to see me, despite me texting her about it. The doctors talked about a serious vitamin B deficiency. I was given plenty of pills and a strict dietary regimen. I'd be back on my feet and ready to get back to work in a couple of days, he promised. He also told me I had to stop smoking, or I'd develop a serious emphysema. When I told him I didn't smoke, he just shook his head in disbelief. I was given some prescription painkillers. The day I was let out of the hospital, I met Millie in the parking lot. She seemed surprised that my brother was there with me, and the two of them met for the first time. It was an awkward meeting on both sides, no more than a hey. That was it. Later that night, I called him about it. Millie had gone home for the night, but she promised she'd be back after class the following day. My brother hadn't seen us together before, so I figured he was just surprised. I'm happy for you, he said, but she's bad news. You're just jealous, I laughed. No, I mean, she has a reputation. Come on. I'm telling you, she's weird. She only dates sick guys. Apparently, she had dated 3 guys who were all very sick. 2 of them had to move out of state for special treatment. The 3rd moved back in with his parents for long-term care. The next time Millie came back to my place, we ended up making out in the bedroom. I couldn't shake the idea that she was dating me for a reason. I noticed I was having a hard time opening my eyes or pushing her away. I was so occupied with those loving little kisses. Finally, I forced myself away to get a good look at her. I kinda wished I hadn't. We stopped kissing suddenly, and I opened my eyes. There was something wrong with her. Her eyes seemed larger, and her pupils were so dilated that her eyes looked black. There was an odd shape to them, similar to that of a frog. It was as if she was looking straight through me. Her mouth was round, leech-like, framed by her stretched, pillowy lips. Her teeth were longer and serrated. Her neck seemed elongated to the length of my forearm. We weren't actually tenderly kissing. She was holding me down. She had wrapped her legs around me like a tick and dug her spiky fingers into my back. A thin stretch of black smoke rose from her nose. It dawned on me. We had never just kissed or made out. She'd done this to me 100 times. She would lull me into this hypnotic state and then just suck the life out of me like a leech. She would blow white smoke into my lungs and then inhale black smoke back into herself. We would lie there, her breathing through my body for hours. I couldn't remember anything but a pleasant night with a pretty girl, as my body was flooded with hormones and adrenaline, drained of whatever she needed from me. The painkillers must have made it easier for me to wake up. I'd woken up like this before briefly, and every time she would just clamp down and make me forget again. Millie was inches away from my face. She held me down, but I managed to free my arm. I pushed my hand against her face. She shrieked. Not a scream, but a weird shriek. She was inhaling air through what sounded like 3 different windpipes, making a flute-like reverse yell. I was coughing up black smoke, and she tried to suckle up every puff. I managed to roll over, but she clung to me like a backpack. I felt that round mouth trying to attach to me, but I was moving too much. She was surprisingly light, but far stronger than me. I could feel her arms and legs around me clinging. She had 4 other limbs, long bone-like appendages, shiny from some kind of grease. She lifted us off of the floor, her arms and legs holding me like a cocoon. The round mouth got a hold of my neck, and for a split second we were back on the bed making out. Tender kisses and sweet whispers, but we weren't. I was being flooded with hormones. My head is dipping in and out of consciousness. As I coughed up the final puff of black smoke, I felt my mind clearing. With my free arm, I grabbed the candle lighter on my nightstand. Maybe she didn't actually care about the scented candles so much as the lighter. I twisted my arm in a weird angle and turned on the lighter. I set her signature Cannibal Corpse t-shirt on fire. She let go and fumbled away. She tore off her shirt, and I could finally see her for what she really looked like. This wasn't the girl I'd seen at the party. Her face was longer and smoother. Her midriff was thin, stretchy, and ribbed like an earthworm. Her entire body vibrated with every shallow breath. 6 eyes in the middle of her torso, 2 columns of 3. They all blinked and moved independently. There were veins where there shouldn't be, oddly shaped appendages, translucent skin. She was spasming, scrambling to look human. I had a few seconds before she regained her composure. I just kept lighting things on fire. The bed, the drapes, the carpet. With every lick of flame, she just shrieked more. "I want you back," her head cried. 3 windpipes, no longer trying to emulate the sound of a unified voice. "I'll be careful. You won't remember." My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear her. The smoke alarm went off. Millie didn't even stand on her legs anymore. She folded her arms and legs into herself. Her head leaned back into her neck, fitting perfectly into an unnatural angle. A ball of Millie, held up by sticky bones coming out of her sides. The sounds were coming from her hollow neck. "I want to watch Friends," she cried, every vowel vibrating. "I want a snack. I want to cuddle." In a last-ditch effort to get to me, she forced herself through the fire. I locked myself in the bathroom. I'd rather die of smoke inhalation than from whatever she turned out to be. She kept pounding the door. A smatter of splats and thuds, but the door didn't budge. The fire alarm was going crazy, and soon the pounding stopped. She was gone. This was a few years ago, but I still can't kiss anyone with my eyes closed. I have nightmares about that black smoke filling up my body, then getting sucked out. It was like someone giving me mouth to mouth, their air blowing out of my nose. That face breathing through me like an extension of their lungs. Her flirty eyes, nothing more than a trick to get close to me. Pretty little lips wrapped around a monster's mouth, too large for a human cranium. I don't think I'll ever get over it. I can still feel my body aching to get back to her. My body loved Millie. Knowing what really happened and what she is the only defense I have from trying to find her again. It would be so easy to just let go, to let her have me, but I'd be dead. But of course I have doubts. Maybe she really cared. Maybe she would be more careful if we tried again. See how easy it is? Never again. I'm telling you this as a warning. If someone seems too good to be true, it makes you feel better than you've ever felt. Maybe there's a reason. Just open your eyes every now and then. Take a good look. Is this really happening? For a few years, I've worked as a private contractor. My grandfather taught me to be a woodworker and carpenter. Grandma used to say I could properly use a dowel before I could talk, but I think they might have exaggerated a bit. Still, I love making things with my hands. That passion has given me quite a lot over the years. A family, a home, a steady job, a '68 Dodge Charger. What more can you ask for? That is, until not too long ago when I got a bit more than I asked for. When the COVID pandemic hit, there were a lot of people who lost their jobs. My firm was pretty much fine, as people needed to fix up their houses to make it through an entire year indoors. There was also a rising interest in custom furniture, so we got a lot of special orders. I felt kind of bad that we were doing so well, so I decided I wanted to do something to give back to the community. So for those people who lost their jobs, I decided to start a woodworking class. My wife loved the idea. I got to use the wood shop at a local high school after just a few short talks with the principal. I put up flyers around town, posted some ads on social media, and asked my daughters to spread the word in their class. We still made sure to adhere to safety standards, so there could only be 10 people at a time, and we were spread out far and wide. It took me less than a month to put it all together, and sooner than I realised, I was a teacher. It was easier than I thought it'd be, and as soon as I started talking about what I love, I was unstoppable. One by one, I asked my students what they wanted to make. Robert, an older man, wanted to make a pool cue. Donna, a stay-at-home mom, wanted to make a patterned rolling pin. Everyone had their own idea. Then there was Roy. Roy was somewhere in his 40s. He was skinny, had a slight limp, and a face that just screamed that he'd been punched a few times too many. He had a surprisingly deep voice. Black hair, like a wet crow. "So what do you want to make, Roy?" I asked. "Any ideas?" "What do you want?" he asked. "Me? I'd make a..." He surprised me, but I thought about it. I tried to figure out something that a guy like Roy could make use of. I thought about a baseball bat or something sporty, but he didn't seem like the type. I winged it. "A shoehorn," I said. "What do you think?" "Maybe," he nodded. "A shoehorn. Or maybe a spice rack," I continued, weighing his reaction. "Painted something nice, something that matches your kitchen." "Then I'll make a spice rack," said Roy. That's how our first class started. I went through the tools, and everyone was free to bring their materials over to the shop and make their project. They could also make them at home and come in for feedback. It was all very casual and free form. Most of them were excited, and I had a few talks about what tools to use, what to look for, and even what channels to check out online. We started making step-by-step plans to finish our project in time for our 5th and final lesson. During all this time, Roy didn't do anything. He didn't make any plans, he didn't make any sketches, he never asked any questions. He just stood there, nodding his head, rolling his R's. Sure, he was going to make a spice rack, he said, but he had nothing to show for it. 5 sessions came and went, and everyone had something to present. Robert finished his pool cue, and Donna made an amazing star pattern for her rolling pin. Ray, on the other hand, had nothing. "Didn't you finish your project?" I asked. "I did," he said. "I just didn't bring it." "We'd love to see it." "It's okay if it isn't perfect." "But it is," nodded Roy. "It is perfect." Robert was clearly uncomfortable. Once my first group of students finished, the next batch signed up. A lot of younger folks this time, a majority under 18. And to my surprise, a returning student. Roy. While Julianne and Greg wanted to make a chessboard and a wall shelf, Roy didn't want to make anything. Instead, he just asked me again, "What do you want to make?" This time I said a ladder, a tool, something practical. Roy agreed. The weeks passed, one after another, and the same thing happened. Roy kept showing up empty-handed, while the other students just looked at him funny. Greg made his shelf from solid oak, and Julianne made her chessboard from birch. Roy, on the other hand, just listened to my instructions and took notes. He really seemed like he wanted to make something, but he just never did. As I started my 3rd batch of students, Roy came along for the 3rd time. Again, he asked, "What do you want to make?" At this point, I was frustrated. "I'd make a tool shed, Roy," I said, "to put all my other projects in." He lit up with a smile and nodded. I could have said spaceship, he still would have agreed. The other students noticed something was up, and 2 of them didn't come to the 2nd session. 2 more dropped out by the 3rd. By the end of the final session, it was just me, Roy, and 3 people who had nothing to show. They were eager to leave, and I didn't feel like stopping them. Finally, there was only me and Roy left as I cleaned up. As I put away the sign-up sheets, he sat across from me with a big smile on his face. "I finished it," he said. "Finished what?" "The tool shed." "Right. Is that where you keep the spice rack and ladder?" "Yes." I laughed, but he didn't. I waited for him to tell me that it was a joke, but he was dead serious. He stayed silent, watching me. "You're serious?" I said. "You actually made it, didn't you?" "Yes," he nodded. "Want to go see?" "I don't think so, Roy. No offense, but I'm not sure we're that close. Okay, he said. As casually as picking up a pack of gum, he suddenly pointed a gun at me. I want you to see. I need feedback. It's a strange feeling being so casually threatened. You don't realise the danger at first. Mortality is just this fleeting abstract concept until you stare down the barrel of a loaded handgun. Suddenly, you remember that you can die. We took my 68 Charger. Roy was slightly larger than I thought, and he had to lean back in the passenger seat to fit his legs. Even without pointing the gun at me, I could almost feel it, like a heat radiating towards me. Roy seemed overall pretty calm about the whole thing, but my mind was racing. What was I supposed to do? Ram the car into a tree? I couldn't decide, and before I knew it, we'd been on the road for over an hour. Roy pointed at an exit and told me to follow a dirt road. I could feel my phone buzzing like crazy. My family was getting worried. He still hadn't asked me to turn it off. Maybe they would track me. The road just seemed to go further and further downward. I had to crawl at a slow pace just to spare the suspension. After about 20 minutes, there were more roots and boulders than the actual road. The phone stopped buzzing. We were off the grid. I parked the car and stepped out at Roy's instruction. Using a small flashlight, he showed me the way forward. We were deep in the forest, but I could barely hear a single bird. A few chickadees at most. My sister gets me the materials. She's very resourceful. I peeked behind me, only to see the gun pointed straight at me. Eyes forward, he said. I want your honest first impression. I could have sworn his eyes were red. At first, I didn't notice the clearing in the woods. There was a strange metallic smell in the air, strong enough for me to taste it. Still, no birds, no insects, just a breeze sweeping through the trees. There, said Roy. My tool shed. The flashlight fell upon something. It looked nothing like a tool shed. In many ways, it looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. Something started boiling up inside of me. Is that... That's not wood? No, said Roy, it isn't. I had to look away, but I felt the gun push me forward. Look! I looked. Bones, sinew, muscle and cartilage. A big, grotesque hollow square. Every single detail was a nightmare in itself. The skin draped over the door was the last straw for me, and I fell to my knees, covering my face with my hands. Again, the cold steel of a gun pushed against me. I need you to look at two more things. Oh God. The spice rack. The ladder. Stepping into that tool shed was like walking into hell. Most of the materials were dry, and there wasn't a single insect anywhere near. With nothing but Roy's flashlight, I only caught quick glimpses of the interior. I tried looking away, but the presence of that gun was enough to force my eyes forward. There, the spice rack, he said. Please, I saw rows of bony fingers, arranged like they were holding cups. Femurs arranged like a ladder. I blinked and turned around to plead for my sanity. Roy wasn't himself anymore. He was at least a foot taller, and his hair had grown longer. He smiled with anticipation, his eyes reflecting a clear shade of red. Small white fragments poked out of his hairline, like pin feathers of a bird, or sharp nails. His fingers seemed longer. You're useless, he growled. This was a mistake. I had to think of something. Say something, anything. The shoehorn, I gasped. What shoehorn? The first day, I said a shoehorn or a spice rack. Did you ever make the shoehorn? I could. Then show me. In an instant, he grabbed my arm, pushed me to the ground, and placed his knee on my back. He was gonna break my arm. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice. He was gonna make a shoehorn out of my shoulder blade. Wood! You need to make it out of wood, I pleaded. That's the rule. I make the rules, he grinned. You're so used to a single material. A True craftsman needs to be able to work a variety of materials. Birch, pine, oak, willow, all kinds. I can make things you can only dream of. He bent my arm further, like he was trying to snap a carrot. Then do it, make one. Pine wood, there's plenty of it to go around. He stopped. With a sigh, he let go and stepped off of me. Fine, he moaned. Wait here. He pushed me into the shed and closed the door. I fell to the floor in complete darkness. It was like a nest, covered in branches, mud and grass. In fact, it smelled more like mud and grass than anything else. I couldn't help but wonder how something so grotesque could be almost completely without smell. It should have stunk like hell in there, but it didn't. Faint whiff of iron. That was it. The first thing I tried was my phone, but it was no help. There was no reception, and the light did nothing but to bring my nightmares to life. I couldn't stand to see my surroundings, but feeling the walls blindly didn't help either. I couldn't see any weak spots, but I couldn't feel either. I was stuck. This door was locked. I don't even know how, but I couldn't budge it. The entire shed was sturdy, using some sort of spine dug into the ground as support. I tried feeling my way out in the dark, but all it did was give me an inner picture of what I was actually standing in. After a while, it got so dark that I didn't know if I was closing my eyes or not. I lost track of the door. It all just felt wrong. How can you differentiate a door from a wall when all you can see and feel is dry meat and bone? I tried everything. Putting support on my back, I sat down and tried kicking to find weak spots. I tried the ceiling. I tried lifting, wedging, and leverage. Nothing. The shed wouldn't budge. It felt like I struggled for an eternity, but it had possibly just been an hour. Light or no light, I couldn't get out. My phone just sat there in my hands, useless. I felt it in my chest. That black, sinking anxiety. The cold. The feeling when you think you're about to die. I must have sat there frozen for hours. I snapped to attention when I heard a sound outside. It was a smaller, careful, and tiny steps. Hello? Anyone there? I called out with a dry voice. And it was just a boy. Just some boy in the middle of nowhere, and all he had to say was, and. I pushed the confusion away, feeling a hope light up. Hey kid, I smiled. You out there? Can you open the door? And then I paused to think. What the hell was this? And then we can go play. You want ice cream? We can get that. We can get whatever you want. Pizza? And then I was about to explode on this kid. He had this infuriating tone like he was mocking me. Then suddenly the door opened. He had the same dark hair as Roy, but was no more than 10 to 13 years old. The same red eyes, the same pale complexion. He was dragging some sort of blue plastic garbage bag. And then, he asked again, I don't know what you want. What? I looked around. The coast was clear. I couldn't leave him there. I tried picking him up, but he recoiled. He shook his head and stepped away. And then, he said, and then, we have to go, I whispered. Come on. And then, he said, matter-of-factly. He stepped inside the shed and closed the door. I just started running. My car wasn't far off, and I was far quicker on the way back than I'd been getting there. The keys were still in the ignition. The charger seemed just as eager to get me out of the woods as I'd been getting out of that shed. Together, we turned around and drove like maniacs back to the main road. I didn't care about the boulders, roots, vines, or bushes. I had to go, and I had to go now. With a beaten suspension, we managed to get to the main road. I stepped on the gas. I'd rather die in a car crash than anywhere near Roy and his creations. What happened next was a blur. I was pulled over by a highway patrol who I noticed was in shock. I gave a statement about a kidnapping, Trying to explain what I'd seen just made the deputy shake his head. Maybe he didn't believe me, or maybe he'd heard this before. Either way, he made very few notes, barely took my name. I've since shut down that class and I'm being treated for a stress disorder. I get these stomach cramps and I have to sleep with the lights on. I have to see that I'm out of that hellhole with my own eyes. When the light disappears, I can't be sure anymore. I'm going to see a therapist about it soon enough. I've gotten a few recommendations. Not sure if I like the idea of overexposure therapy, but whatever works. I haven't heard anything about an investigation, but there have been no reports of murders nearby. Not to the extent that you could build a shed out of the remains, or a spice rack, or a ladder. Wherever Roy got his materials, it must have been from somewhere else. Maybe that kid knew. I think about him a lot. I get the feeling that he wasn't there to rescue me, so much as to just put away that plastic bag of his. But Roy is still out there. That I'm certain of. After all, he sent me a shoehorn in the mail a few weeks ago. At least the damn thing was made out of solid pine. Not too long ago, a friend set me up with a blind date. A handsome guy, but he probably spent more time on his hair than I did. He seemed pleasant enough, so I introduced myself and sat down next to him. He laughed and shook his head. I pictured you differently, he admitted. I mean, you're beautiful, but I thought you'd be... Strawberry blonde, I interrupted. A bit shorter, freckled, with deep, dimpled cheeks. He stopped laughing, but kept a frozen smile. He didn't know what to say. I just stared at him. I knew this was going to happen, so why did I ever think this time'd be different? Was that it? I pushed. Was that what you pictured? I didn't even notice that I'd raised my voice. The date was already over as I started screaming at him. Was that what you goddamn pictured? I'd already screwed up. At that point, all I could do was lean into it. Let me explain. This has been the story of my life. People remember me wrong. They picture me wrong. Even my own parents could swear that I used to be strawberry blonde as a kid. There isn't a single picture of me with that hair colour. I don't have freckles or deep dimples that make my cheeks puff up. I'm tall with ink black hair. I got my Mediterranean features from my Italian mom. And that doesn't allow for a lot of cutesy freckles. Still, every person I've met remembers me that way. Sometimes, when we haven't met for a while, they barely recognise me. One of the most common questions I get is whether or not I've done something with my hair. It's really frustrating whenever I have to show my ID, as people just seem hesitant to accept the way I look to be the real me. And yes, I've tried leaning into it, changing my hair colour, even putting on freckles with a makeup pen. It doesn't help. It still just looks kind of off. The weird thing is, sometimes I even trick myself. Some mornings, I don't recognise my mirror image. For a split second, like a bump in the night, I'm staring at a stranger. I've talked to a therapist about the possibility of having some sort of depersonalization disorder, but that just isn't it. The problem isn't just me not recognising myself. It's no one else recognising me either. This is why I've come to an uncomfortable conclusion. Maybe I was supposed to be someone else. This has been my reality for as long as I can remember. Every date, every party, every picture day at school. Every single time someone asks me what I've done with my hair, or that they like my new makeup, all these little hints and pokes. It adds up over time. Maybe you can see why I'm a bit sensitive and might lash out at, say, a blind date. But something strange happened that one night. As I stormed off, I took a long walk by the downtown park area. There were a lot of people out and about, but I was all up in my head about overreacting. I thought about ways I could have handled it differently, or that I just had to. I don't know, started taking some kind of medication. Any kind, whatever kind stops this. That's when I first noticed Daniel. It was a strange feeling. He was standing outside of a taco truck talking to a group of friends. He didn't seem to stand out in any particular way, but I couldn't take my eyes off of him. He had this strawberry blonde hair, pale skin, and freckles. Deep dimples that made his cheek look bigger. He was shorter than his friends, but he just radiated this joy. I can't explain it. It feels like I could probably draw it as a picture, but I can't explain it with words. I had to talk to him. I walked up to him, past his friends, and tapped him on the shoulder. As he turned around, my mind cramped. He wasn't strawberry blonde, freckled, dimpled, or pale. He was Korean, sort of lumpy looking, and in complete shock. So were his friends. Still, he looked at me like he recognized me. There was something there, and neither of us could say what it was. We both laughed. How did you... We said it at the same time, mirroring each other's expressions. We both laughed again. Did you see... Again, at the same time. His friends were laughing now as well. Jinx, they yelled at us. Jinx, Jinx. I had a long conversation with Daniel that night, and we got to know each other. Turns out, we were both born on the same day, but that was where our similarities ended. We'd gone to completely different schools in different parts of the country, and we both had the same problem. People mistook us for someone else. Remembering was wrong. It was even more abrupt for him, not even matching the body shape of the image people thought he was. His friends eventually grew tired of us and left. Daniel and I sat there in the park, talking long into the night. We complained about the way people talked about us, how we never really felt like someone saw us, how this weird, stupid quirk was the one defining thing about what it meant to be us. When we finally parted ways, we became friends and promised to speak again. We did. A lot. Over the next few weeks, we talked every day. I couldn't help myself still mentally picturing him as someone else, like a brain teaser. I thought about him as this thin, pale man with the same features that people thought I had. It bothered me, but this was exciting. I'd never met anyone with the same problem as myself, and all of a sudden, it felt like maybe there wasn't that much wrong with me after all. Then, the dreams came. I've always had lively dreams. I'm a very tactile person, so I remember the touch of something before I think of what it looks like. In the night, I could sometimes feel things that I'd swore I'd never felt before. Holding someone's hand with a hand that isn't mine. Feeling a breeze through someone else's hair. Tasting someone else's breath in your mouth. And the smell of birch trees reaching in through their nose. Like I was a passenger in another body. It would only last short moments and would interrupt whatever other dream I had to the point that I'd wake up. Often in a cold sweat, like my body was scared, even though my mind was calm. Daniel told me he experienced something similar. It was getting more intense. Ever since we met, whatever this problem was had been turned up to 11. We decided to meet and talk about it for real. We met at the park, not too far from the taco truck where I first saw him. He brought me a milkshake. At first, I didn't even see him. I was expecting the strawberry blonde man that occupied my mind, not whoever this stranger in front of me was. I shook the thought out of my head, thinking he probably felt the same. We should go for it, he said. Lean into it. See what happens. What do you mean? Like we do in our dreams. I just looked at him. At first, I couldn't connect those thoughts to the person I saw in front of me. The more I thought about it, it felt like I could see through him. Like what he showed wasn't real, but there was a realer part of him that I recognized. The part that we all thought we truly saw before the spell was broken. We raised our hands at the same time and held them against one another. For a split second, I was somewhere else. A meadow in a birch forest, late springtime. Morning dew was still setting on the blue sunflowers surrounding us. Standing next to someone I felt close to. Someone I felt safe with. A warm hand against mine. Like we'd had 1,000 times before. And still, that uneasy feeling. I was still on the park bench. I dropped my milkshake. Did you see that? Daniel asked. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I did. I think I know where that was, he said. I've been there. We got to his car and drove away, following a smaller dirt road out of the city. The one down by the frog lake. Instead of turning back onto the main road, he followed a smaller road to the log cabins. We were going off-road, and still, I didn't mind. I felt safe. He knew this place better than me, and I had no idea why or how I would even know that. It was dark outside, but I knew he could get us there either way. We'd never been before. Not this Daniel, and not this me, but the real us. The road came to an abrupt end, and we got out. Daniel held my hand. There was an overgrown path in the forest, leading us deeper into the woods. Pine trees gave way to birch. The space between the trees tickled winds into pushing against us. For a moment, I was back. That springtime morning, hand in hand, blue sunflowers, a symbol of things to come. We were siblings, and we were pure. Something touched my nose, and I snapped back to reality. A feather. Where did it even come from? I don't even want to know anymore, sighed Daniel. I really don't. I think we have to, I said. I know, he nodded, but still. Yeah, still. Someone wanted us to go there. We had been told it'd be fine, that everything would work out. Someone had told us a lie, but I didn't know who or why. There, in the dark of the birch woods, I saw the outlines of sunflowers next to the overgrown path. What we were remembering was old, but no less real. My body was itching, telling me to stop. The milkshake wasn't settling in my stomach. All this had ever been was a mild inconvenience, and now it was literally controlling my life. But at least I wasn't alone, and I could feel something coming. Truth, perhaps. Harsh truth. We knew the meadow was just around the bend, but were no less awed when it came. The sky seemed more open. The sun we were remembering was replaced by a moon, and the white clouds had turned black. This was the place. This is where we'd been. For a moment, I didn't see Daniel. I saw my brother smiling at me, talking to me, words reaching out to me like spoken underwater. I believe. I didn't even notice him saying it out loud. The real him, the Daniel I'd gotten to know over the past few weeks. What? I said. What did you say? I don't know, he admitted. I don't know why I said that. What else do you want to say? We closed our eyes and spoke from a memory that wasn't our own. Song's eternal, I said. As before, as is now, as will be. Don't say that. I opened my eyes. Daniel was holding back tears, his face shaking. Something bad happens, I feel it. We're doing something bad. I could feel it too, like something crawling up my throat. I watched another white feather dance in the wind, blowing through the meadow. Daniel nodded at me and took a deep breath. We have to keep going, he said, closing his eyes. I know. You're my kin. My soul is true. A sun gone black, a moon gone blue. I ask you, Saviour, through and through, if not the three of us, then who? As before, I said. As is now, Daniel continued. Then, quiet. There was supposed to be a third person. There had been a third person that day. She knew what would happen to us. We were the next generation to meet him, and no amount of promised eternity could convince her to surrender. Instead, there was a knife. She felled my brother first, then me. A knife bound for our hearts. The song remained unsung, tainting the land and every living thing with them. A promise unkept, potential unraveled. A part cloud, revealing the eye of a vengeful beast. Every bird in the meadow bursting open at the seams, their fathers falling like snow. I was there that day, watching my brother bleed out in the dried glass. The sun eclipsed in black, our spilled blood burrowing into the ground, tainting it for generations. A dark pool puddling deep in the soil, cursing our cowardice. We could have been beautiful, all three of us. The sky had gone dark as the clouds hid the moon. Daniel screamed, only to suddenly stop. Part of me knew what was to come. There was a third person in that meadow, and they just killed Daniel. I couldn't see anything, but I had to run. I tripped on a rotting log and stepped into an anthill. The grass was so dry that I could hear the footsteps of someone approaching. Daniel was wheezing for air and then stopped. I'd heard it once before. "As will be," growled a third voice. "As will fucking be." Had it been another second, they would have gotten me. A memory of their fingertips grabbing my strawberry blonde hair flashed before my mind. The imagined pain of a knife between my shoulder blades shot through me. The blameless coward was making up for past mistakes, but it had cost me my life. A part of me was screaming with joy. A deep, evil part of me. The part that laid dying with the real Daniel. The other part was stepping me out of an anthill and took off straight into the woods. It was a woman. She wasn't alone. Footsteps in the dark, joyous screams. People running, stumbling, falling and crying in the dark. A dozen of them at least. Some came close enough for me to hear their breath, but it was pitch black. I figured they'd hear me if I kept running, so instead I'd lay down. I hid next to a large rock. As the minutes passed, I heard them sweep the area, mistaking each other for me. Someone screamed in pain. Another screamed in joy. Someone was silenced by a crunching sound as teeth sunk into flesh. Madmen in the dark, whooping and shouting, begging for my death, for their release, asking me to give up and die. I covered my ears and prayed for dawn. My pulse raced so fast I could barely hear the individual beats anymore. I held my breath until I almost passed out. It felt like an eternity, but my panicked lizard mind refused to let me out of that moment. I couldn't even count the seconds. I just waited, moment by moment, for the nightmare to end. In an instant, or an eternity, came dawn. It worked. I don't know how, but it did. I had twisted my ankle without even noticing, but come the dawn, I could barely walk. There was still morning dew in the air and a couple of blue sunflowers looked my way. I found no trace of Daniel's body, and when I called the police, there wasn't much they could do. They did ask me many questions about the supposed third person, and there was plenty of physical evidence for a group of people in the area, but nothing definite. People rarely fish down at Frog Lake anymore, and most people who live in that area are weird loners. This far into the woods, no one can hear you scream. We'd be combing the forest for days without finding a speck of blood. The investigation is kept under wraps. No one has talked to me about it, and no one seems to be asking about Daniel anymore. And me? Well, people don't mistake me for that strawberry blonde girl anymore. I think she died in that field, next to her brother. Maybe now, my life can truly be my own. I think I'll be okay. I need your help. I've been dating my girlfriend Daisy for 3.5 years. I met her through a dating site. I found her rubber duck collection nothing short of amazing, and when I showed her a collection of my own, we pretty much started dating without having ever met. But of course, we met and hit it off quick. Seems like such a lifetime ago. Things between us got serious, as we both agreed we'd start aiming for the next stage in life at the 4-year mark of our relationship. That means we're going to get married, and 1 year after that, start trying for a family. It's all because of this stupid agreement we made, half jokingly, on our first date. We'll date for a year or casual, like, she joked. And then we'll be the cute couple for the second year, I added, just to annoy people. Then we'll move in, she nodded. That's our third year. Then we get married, year 4. Kids, year 5. It was this dumb inside joke, and we've since planned every year up to our retirement. It morphed from a joke into a rough sketch of our lives together, and we've held on to it pretty well. We did move in together last year, and I've had plans to ask her to marry me on the day of our 4th year anniversary. But this is where it gets complicated. I don't think she'll accept my proposal, and if that's the case, I believe she's going to die. We have to stay together. Let's take a step back. I'll try to explain. I'm half American and half Vietnamese. I was raised in Tomskog, Minnesota, just south of Fergus Falls, just north of St. Gall. My parents met when my mom was backpacking in Vietnam in her early 20s, and my dad just kind of went with it. He was her guide through the entire country, and when it was time for her to go home, she just kind of brought Dad along. Fast forward a few years, my mom, Anita, was a nurse at the local high school, while my dad, Ving, got a job as a firefighter. I was their only childhood. I spent most of my summers near Bing Cho with my grandmother. She lived by a lake and would spend most of her days fishing, listening to the radio, and cooking for the local restaurants at night. She cooked the best branded crate in the area, and tourists were always asking her for a speciality. Yes, banded crate is a snake. Yes, she'd kill them with her bare hands. Even as I stared down live snakes, I'd never even flinch. I was safe. Nana was a badass, and she would protect me no matter what. She taught me a lot, but the one thing that stuck with me was a saying she held very dear. A fair face may hide a foul heart. It was her favourite saying. Every time something seemed too good to be true, she'd tap her nose and recite it in Vietnamese. Someone tried to sell you something suspiciously cheap? Tap the nose. Someone you don't know smiling at you from across the street? Tap the nose. No one would hurt her grandchild. No one. When I was 12, I spent my last summer in Bing Cho. Nana and I took the boat out. We were kind of fishing, but also kind of not. Her kind of fishing was just throwing in 2 rods and then falling half asleep with her face in a book. I'd adjusted. I usually brought a Game Boy out. She'd tolerate it, as long as the sound was off or I plugged in my headphones. She even played a few times herself, even though she didn't understand how I could memorize the controls. She'd just fallen asleep with a magazine when it started to rain. She didn't notice, but I didn't want my Game Boy to break. I reached across the boat to put it under my jacket when I lost my balance. I fell overboard, Game Boy in hand. I must have hit my head on something on the way down, as I don't remember much of what happened afterwards. The rain got worse, and I remember Nana getting in the water to pull me up from under the surface. The world felt upside down, as if rain was pulled up from the lake. I vaguely remember her worried face looking down at me as I broke the water surface. As I laid on my back, rocked by the waves, I started to become aware of my surroundings. My mouth tasted like mud and seaweed. Raindrops were pushing into my eyes. Nana was gone. So were the oars and my Game Boy. All that remained was her magazine, wrinkled by the storm. I screamed for her to come back, but she was gone. We were too far out from the shore. I couldn't make it back to land. My head was pounding, and my lungs hurt from coughing. I screamed and cried long into the night, but no one came. I was alone. I cried so hard my jaw hurt from the screaming, and as I curled into a fetal position, I cried myself to sleep. I could see her in my mind's eye, at the bottom of the lake, reaching out to me. I almost froze to death. I don't remember the fisherman finding me or taking me ashore. I don't remember the first 2 days in the hospital, or the doctor calling my parents. I barely remember my uncle coming out to see me. My first clear memory was on the plane back home, where I had a panic attack and locked myself in the bathroom. I never would have imagined the calm waters hiding such horror, but as Nana used to say, a fair face may hide a foul heart. I didn't leave Tomskog for years, not even for summer camp. My mom offered all kinds of places to go, as my dad tried to get me to visit his brother back in Vietnam. I just refused. All of it. I didn't want any more adventures or experiences. I just wanted to feel safe again. Even in the calmest moments of the day, I could find myself having a panic attack, always with a nagging voice telling me, a fair face may hide a foul heart. But being 12 turned to being 17, my attention turned from Game Boys to girls. I started dating Mary Ann. She was 1 year older than me and was planning to get a degree from DMU the following year. But knowing it was all going to end just kind of made it all more interesting. We spent a lot of time together that year and even considered trying long distance. To me, her sunny smile and brown hair was synonymous with summer love, and I just wanted to feel that for as long as I could. In the end, we decided to break up. At least, she did. It wasn't a unanimous decision. I blocked her on every channel I could, just so I wouldn't feel the pain of losing her. I tried dating other people in the following years, but nothing compared to Mary Ann. Most of the women I met either tried to make me into something I wasn't, or were just using me, or I just didn't love them. Angela wanted to move in with me after a month, just to get out of paying rent for her own apartment. Jessie just wanted someone to cook for her. Maria was a perfectly kind and caring woman that I just couldn't love. I had a rough few years dating-wise, to say the least. The year I turned 21, my mom had a psychotic episode and died in the county jail. Long story, but it was the final nail in the coffin. I shut down, emotionally. I'm not the kind of guy who stays friends with my exes. We're exes for a reason, and there's too much history there for it not to be awkward. I can smile, wave, and exchange pleasantries, but I don't want to remain friends on Facebook, especially with Mary Ann. Years after breaking up, she still came to me in my dreams, her smile warming me with a glow of summer love. My life was pretty much a one-way street. I got a degree in building engineering from Concordia University and went from an intern to a junior position at a large architecture firm. We mostly designed apartment buildings, but also the occasional novelty. Restaurants mostly. We were working on sketches for the restoration of a large theme park recently, for the project for the park. Still, it was interesting work, even if I mostly got to do the grunt stuff. I was 26 when I first met Daisy online. A friend of mine had talked me into setting up an account on a dating site, and well, you know the rest. Mary Ann might have been my summer love, but the thought of Daisy was what keeps me warm in the winter. All complaints and fights aside, I love her. I didn't think I could, but I do. But yeah, this is where it gets complicated. See, Mary Ann died. She died about a year after we broke up, in her dorm room at DMU. The details around her passing are sketchy, but a few things stand out. She had lake water in her lungs, and severe damage due to her main arteries. The coroner had ruled the cause of death to be cardiac arrest, but others speculated she'd been drowned and moved. Her roommate had found her. I'll never forget what she told the local newspaper. People don't just crawl into their beds and drown. I was rattled by it. I didn't want to bring it up with Daisy. She had a bit of a jealous streak. Instead, I just kept it to myself. Over the coming months, the distant dreams of summer love turned into a nightmare. The nightmare is always the same. I'm sitting on a bridge, watching a dark lake. Droplets rise from the waters, floating into the air in a slow reverse rain, tickling the underside of my bare feet as they pass me by. The lake reveals a mass of white stones buried in the muddy bottom. Then the stones start to move. A chill crawls up the back of my spine as I realize that the stones are a mass grave of chalk-white bodies. Their limbs stretch and slouch like warm rubber. A sour smell stings my eyes. The bodies wriggle back and forth like maggots, trying to get on top of one another. White, eyeless faces bump and grind. Elongated faces wrestling to stay on top. In the moments before I wake up, they look at me in unison, bend their mouths open so wide their necks snap, and they scream without a sound. On the bottom of the pile, I see Mary Ann's brown hair sink deeper into the mud. Their screams make my bones itch, and as I lean over to scratch my feet, I fall off the bridge head first. A hand brushes against my neck, trying to pull me back up, but it's too late. I have that nightmare at least once a week. Mary Ann's death disturbed me more than I thought, but I tried to keep up appearances. Over the coming weeks, I'd talk to her family and friends to find out more, and I uncovered something. Not only had Mary Ann died, but several of my exes had died. Angela, Jessie, Marla, all dead. Angela had been in a car crash. Jessie died on a flight to San Diego, locked in the bathroom. Marla was hit by a train. It was all mysterious circumstances, and looking closer at each one just makes it all weirder. They'd found seaweed on the passenger seat of Angela's car. Jessie had snake venom in her blood, and Marla, well, she sent a cryptid text just before voluntarily stepping out in front of a train. Chai Tim Hoy. Foul heart. My nose itches as I read it. I've tried to push this all away, to just enjoy my time with Daisy. I've tried to ignore it all. I don't think this is all just a coincidence, and I think that somewhere, somehow, that drained lake is real. The lake where all those dead bodies pile up. I believe that one day, that pile will grow, large enough for them to pull me up and down into the mud. I can hear the sound of wet flesh if I just listen closely. The noise feels like a tattoo on my brain. It's always there, no matter if I want to or not. I try to shut it out with music and laughter, but it's getting harder and harder to smile. But this is where I turn to you. 2 months ago, Daisy cheated on me. It wasn't full-on sex, but there was touching and making out. She'd met an ex of hers when she was at a bachelorette party with her friends, and things had gotten out of hand. When I confronted her about it, she laid the blame on me being distant and weird. She'd found my odd searches and wondered why I was spending so much time looking up my exes. Instead of a discussion about our commitment to one another, it turned into an accusation. Sure, she'd openly made out with an ex during a moment of weakness, but what the hell was I up to? I couldn't tell her even if I wanted to. She's not going to believe me. I felt myself slowly falling out of love, but I don't want Daisy to go away. She's still my winter's warmth. I don't want her to die, and I don't want to feel her thin fingertips curling around my ankles at that bridge. We have to stay together. I have to prove her heart not to be foul. We have to work through this, and I don't know what to do. I think Nana is trying to protect me, like she did all those years ago. I believe this is all her still trying to drag me onto the shore, away from the lake I was destined to drown in. I just don't know if she's causing it or trying to stop it. Things are getting urgent. I don't think there's much time. If Daisy leaves me, I don't know what will happen. I don't think she'd accept my proposal as things are today. Last Wednesday, as I got up to brush my teeth, I found something in the bathroom sink. An old Game Boy smelling of mud and seaweed. A lot of people don't seem to know the difference between an evolutionary biologist and a marine biologist. Sure, there's overlap, but you can't just exchange one for the other. As an evolutionary biologist, I've tried to explain this difference to my family for years. I can sort of understand how they can get it mixed up, but when it gets to working out there, in the real world, there really is no reason why an employer would confuse the two. The terms are not interchangeable. Therefore, I was skeptical when I was first asked to be involved with the Norwegian float project. The study was to be conducted entirely at sea, with the help of both the Icelandic and Norwegian governments. The entire project was government sanctioned, and everything was official and on the books. Which wasn't talked about was the project was actually about. From a time, there was even a website, but the description was so generic that it was impossible to learn what was going on. Improving and understanding the life of a quickly changing ecosystem, said an important man in a fancy suit through a YouTube link on the front page. I have a saying: when something is so generic that it can be applied to everything, it doesn't mean anything. Let's take a step back. I'm a biologist, evolutionary biologist, specifically. I got everything up to my postdoc from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden, Stockholm. I've worked with a variety of colleagues from all over the world. I published a paper with a fellow scientist on environmental impacts of electromagnetism in 2015, which I highly recommend reading. When I was asked to work for the Norwegian float back in 2017, I had just come back from a study in Iceland. I think this was what sparked their interest in my particular field of study: adoption in rapid temperature shifts. My speciality is working with fruit flies and stickleback fish. I've been working in the active volcanic areas of Iceland when our operation was suddenly defunded. To this day, I'm not sure why. I don't think it was a coincidence. This is when I was contacted by the Norwegian Float Project, or NF for short. They asked me to be a part of a project located far out at sea, despite me being an evolutionary biologist. Again, not a marine biologist. It was weird, but I needed the work. Our entire Iceland project had been axed overnight, and I was just sitting at the hotel watching my bank account drain. I barely asked any questions. I just brought my sticklebacks and climbed aboard. Science ain't cheap. This is what I knew about NF at that point. The entire operation was set at the northern edge of the Norwegian Sea, just north of Iceland. No less than 4 science vessels were active on site, with daily check-ins from the Coast Guard. We were working in 4 teams, isolated from one another, only communicating through approved daily reports that went through what my boss called a funnel. It was a fancy way of saying all communication between teams was monitored, rewritten, and double-checked. Our vessel, the Heyerdahl, could hold a crew of about 12 people, with plenty of space to run samples. On my first day out there, I still had no idea what was going on. My colleagues, 4 Norwegian men and an Icelandic woman, tried to fill me in. It's hard for a landlubber like me to be out in the middle of the Norwegian Sea like this. The waves can reach so high that you swear you're going to capsize. Nothing feels solid, and it can take days before you reach the point where you can feel the waves in your mind before you feel them in your legs. It dips into freezing temperatures at night, and the power necessary to keep climate control running is ridiculous. I can't imagine someone willingly staying out there for a prolonged period, and yet I signed up for 4 weeks. That was what started in my initial contract. We were assigned to work in pairs. I worked with the Icelandic woman, Selma. She was an actual marine biologist and was just as surprised to see me there as I was. She had little to no idea what was going on either. We had our first mission briefing 36 hours after first stepping foot out on the Hyodal. We were sitting in this small cafeteria-sized room. Everything there is metal, and if the ship rocks too much, it all starts screeching. A man I'd never seen before had set up a projector, and our crew sat down to listen. Everyone was wearing thick jackets, caps, and gloves, but most of us were still shuddering. The man with the projector wasn't. "Do you know the term island biome?" was the first thing he asked us. Most of us nodded. An island biome is the term for an ecologic system that has been largely separated from other systems for a long period of time. Kind of like the Galapagos Islands, Darwin's finches. We found an island biome and we need to study it. We need experts from a wide range of areas, so I imagine things will be a bit confusing as we start. Don't be afraid to air your concerns, but please be aware that we are just as confused as you are. He fired up the projector. The image made it clear. They'd found something over 13,000 feet into the sea. A few weeks earlier, there had been a tectonic shift. The NF project had been a standby government task force between the Norwegian and Iceland governments for years, just in case they needed to put together a team at short notice. They had been expecting something like this to happen eventually. Shortly after the shift, they noticed areas of the ocean being discolored through satellite imagery. Shortly afterwards, they found an isolated pocket far beneath the ocean's surface. This pocket of the ocean, at about 14,000 feet, has been isolated for millions of years. Now it was released into the ocean. An isolated island biome is suddenly introduced to the Norwegian Sea. The reason for the ocean to turn black in the area was nothing short of microbes. Imagine the number of microbes necessary to colour the ocean for several square miles. We were shown a series of images. Thick slabs of goo, almost like oil, slapping against the hull of the Hyodal. The man with the projector told us we would be allowed to study this in person, and that samples were already being provided. Further samples would be gathered at the request of the team. The implications of this were unfathomable. What kind of life forms have evolved to survive at those crushing depths? I'm not going to lie, I was excited to get started. So were my colleagues. We were issued some standard safety equipment and briefed on basic protocols. The project was fairly secret as to avoid potentially damaging traffic. We had to surrender our personal cell phones to two men armed with pistols. That first night, we were given some initial samples. My colleagues were ecstatic, and most of the night we were up throwing around names for new species. At least 13 unknown kinds were identified, but that first night, we were surprised to see that most of the microbes were fungi, as opposed to the expected algae. Mushrooms at the bottom of the sea? Who would have known? The first few days were amazing. Our reports were smoothly rolling between our four teams, and we'd identified at least 37 different types of fungi in the waters. By this time, we were getting ready to send down deep-sea cameras and diving teams. We were still pretty excited about the entire event, and even the armed guards didn't seem so frightening to us. They were good guys, just trying to do their job after all. They had no reason to be unpleasant. We all ate together in the cafeteria every day. Lots of salted fish and crisp bread, as per Scandinavian tradition. My favourite guard, Hellman, made amazing mayonnaise and tuna sandwiches for us. At the end of the first week, we were getting some strange reports. Most of the fungus we'd been testing had a mineral in common that we were unable to identify. We tried to extract it, and in a few days we had 3 grams of a completely unknown metal sitting in our lab. Our boss was beyond excited. The third team had a geologist who was unable to even take a guess at what kind of metal we were looking at. It was almost like a crystalline structure, but more similar to lead. We were promised an expert would look into it in a couple of days. We still had our heads spinning with daily discoveries. We even discovered larger life forms like fish. Still, they were smaller than the nail on your pinky finger, but they were actual complex life forms. Completely black, pellet-shaped and eyeless. These fish, just as the fungus, had large traces of the unknown metal embedded in their scales. Our superiors gave it the name of blameless metal, claiming with a shrug that it was as good a name as any. After all, it wasn't the metal's fault that it had surfaced. It was blameless, see? We found it kind of funny. You have to remember, we thought we were standing at the edge of the discovery of a century. We had a pretty bright headspace at the time. After 2 weeks, we were all pretty used to working on the Hyodal. We all knew each other by name, and we had strict routines that we followed. The expert had arrived and was working with Team 2, but initial tests were inconclusive. The only thing we knew for sure was that the Blameless was a previously undiscovered kind of metal that most of the life forms had evolved to gain nourishment from. Selma and I were working on testing the effect of the fungus environment on my sickleback fish. The other teams were using divers to gain less pressure-damaged samples. There was also a deep-sea camera being set up, but we were having trouble finding relevant data. Every day, the microbes were diluted, and the massive amounts of moving water would start to drift us further and further away from the point of origin. Soon, we were split up into 2 teams with 2 vessels each. Those following the microbe migration down the current, and those of us who stayed at the origin state. Selma theorized that a particular set of fungus was formed by how deep the isolation biome stretched, as the fungus closer to the ceiling of the bubble was smaller than the larger fungus that lived deeper down. Essentially, it allowed us to gain a sense of how large the pocket really was. Selma ballparked that it was about 2,000 to 2.5 meters in depth, depending on size variation. Still, the crown of our discovery was by far the unidentified metal. At the start of my 4th week, I started to see a troubling change in my sticklebacks. I noticed there were fewer of them, and that the water was growing darker despite having a functioning filter. Their behavior changed. They would start swimming in circular patterns around one of the larger females, who would eat them alive. She grew to be more than 3 times the size of the other sticklebacks, and in 2 days, she was the only living fish left in the tank. The dark colour of the aquarium came from rapidly multiplying fungus. A lack of pressure didn't seem to be an issue. I reported this to our superiors and asked them to do further testing on how fast this fungus could spread, and whether it was a vast difference when treated with fresh, salt or brackish water. Selma agreed that it was important, and she was starting to grow worried. However, it was made clear that our main focus should be metal. Apparently, Team 2 had found that it was extremely reflective. They had managed to gain enough to make a small cube of it, and the thing reflected so much light that it would damage your eyes during prolonged contact. It would also gain enough heat to start a small fire. It was extremely conductive, far surpassing gold and copper. With this potential game changer at hand, my sticklebacks weren't the focus of the Norwegian government anymore. Selma, on the other hand, was anxious. While she took on the responsibility of doing whatever tests management asked us to do, I was free to keep experimenting on the sticklebacks and their reaction to the fungus. One morning, when I got to the lab, the big stickleback female was nowhere to be seen. The lid of the small aquarium had been pushed aside, and a black slime trail had been left on the floor. I found Kroger wiggling halfway across the room, straight towards my other sticklebacks in the control tank. We decided enough was enough and killed it. That's when we discovered a few troubling features during the autopsy. Krager had lost both her eyes, and the bones had deteriorated to a sort of black mush. The entire physiology of the fish was getting replaced by something jelly-like. The concentration of the metal was higher, especially in the brain. Selma flagged in her report that we needed to take increased security measures, and that the fungus could be dangerous when inhaled. Management didn't listen, but we started wearing gas masks from that point on. Many of my colleagues followed suit voluntarily. This was only the start of our troubles. The diving teams reported getting burns as if stung by jellyfish straight through their diving suits. We were told about long lightning-like burns on their torsos, arms, and thighs. One of them had apparently been so harshly burned that they had gone into anaphylactic shock. They had to be immediately returned to the surface, risking decompression sickness. We were not told about this in any of the reports, but by the guards who we'd gotten to know by now. Hellman was just as worried as we were. But everything went to shit when by week 6, it started raining. It was a cold morning in early April when the rains came, and it was immediately obvious that something wasn't right. The water drops were thick and almost the size of golf balls. Some of them fell so hard and fast that there were cracks in the glass of the main bridge. We were ordered inside, but Selma managed to get a few samples. The management was duct taping towels to the glass, trying to cover it up. It was the same fungus that we'd studied, but slightly refined. The fungus had tagged along the evaporating ocean water and became a part of the rain formation cycle. This happens to some degree in nature all the time, but I'd never seen anything like it. It was far too aggressive. The clouds were solid black. Drops weren't just falling, they were dripping, forming a paw-like texture on the black clouds. The sky looked like a big hairy creature with drops falling from hair-like tendrils. For a moment, it felt like the end of the world. Nothing has ever made me feel so small, so insignificant. The guards were having trouble getting their uniforms off. The droplets were so thick and quickly hardened, turning it into a slime-like substance. Niles, one of my colleagues, was starting to complain about a stinging-like salt sensation in his eyes. Thinking back on what happened to Krieger, I was getting a bad feeling. It all went to hell quickly. Niles locked himself in the bathroom, vomiting. One of the guards, Hellman, stripped naked and started scratching his skin with an army knife. Selma and I tried to get into our safety equipment, but there was no time. 3 of our colleagues got there first, and one of the guards started waving his pistol around. Things were about to go bad, so we just stepped out. We wrapped ourselves in ponchos and hurried up on deck. The drops were so big that I was stuck to the ground. Selma helped me up, but stepped away as she saw my hands covered in black. Trying to walk on the upper decks was like sliding back and forth in wet mud. We also noticed the boat wasn't rocking as much as usual. The ocean's surface had turned a bit more solid. We got to the main bridge, but were locked out. They refused to let us in, and when we were being insistent, they started threatening us. They assured us they would use force to keep us out if necessary. We abandoned the idea and ran across to the rescue boats, pulled the plastic tarp over us, and tried to wait it all out. After a few hours, the clouds covered the sky. It was barely 11 a.m., and it was completely black outside. Selma and I stayed quiet, hearing the thick smatter of droplets on the plastic tarp. We could hear screams coming from the main deck. Selma peeked out at one point, but quickly looked away. "There's something in the water," she whispered. I peeked out, but could only catch a glimpse before Selma pulled me away. There were thousands of them, endless fairy lights just beneath the mucus surface of the ocean. I'm sure it was the reflective metal reacting to our warning lights, bouncing off of thousands of life forms. By 1 p.m, we heard gunshots. We hid under the tarp but could hear the scene playing out. Someone was running out the main deck, followed by at least 6 other people. While Samuel was looking away, I peeked out. I could see Hellman standing at the front of the main deck. He was naked and bleeding, holding a gun out towards 5 of our colleagues. In the front was Niles. His face turned completely black. I couldn't see his eyes. "Stay back," Hellman screamed. "Get back inside." They didn't stay back. Instead, they reached for him, groaning. "Kill me," they begged. "Eat me." As they grabbed Hellman, he started firing blindly. I covered my head and ears, just waiting for it all to be over. For at least half an hour, there were guttural screams. People begging, pleading, screaming for Hellman to kill them. Kill them and eat them. People crying, screaming, and trying to force themselves into his mouth. What worries me is that I heard at the end before things went quiet. They were no longer begging and crying. They were thanking him. Then nothing. A few hours passed. We could hear helicopters, and the drops stopped falling on our tarp. You have no idea how loud a helicopter really is until you're standing right below one. They're deafening. Selma and I were given blindfolds and carried out to a nearby Coast Guard boat. People were screaming in Icelandic, but I could barely hear it over the helicopters. As we were getting further and further away from the site, I slowly realized that Selma and I had been separated. I'd had my blindfold on for close to 8 hours when I was pushed into a decontamination room. My clothes were cut off with scissors, and I was sprayed with freezing water and antiseptics. I could have sworn it was pure chlorine. They shaved my head. They took blood tests, and I was forced to blow through some kind of a tube like a sobriety test. They also tapped my teeth with some sort of tiny hammer. I was in quarantine for a week. It wasn't bad, just a small room and no human contact. No internet, but pretty much anything I could ask for otherwise. I spent that week reading and writing down my thoughts. Pretty much everything I wrote down was confiscated by the end of the week, and I was forced to sign an agreement not to talk about it. I'm thinking, to hell with it. What the hell is Iceland going to do about it? I've been completely disconnected from the Norwegian float project since, but it's still up and running. I've heard reports about black spots appearing along the ocean current, and I suspect the fungus is migrating. The northern coast of Ireland was briefly evacuated following the resurgence of one of these black spots, but they claim it was for seismologic reasons. Bullshit. Didn't see any papers mentioning the apparent mass suicides. I've seen videos of people freaking out the same way the crew of the Saturdead did, begging to be killed and eaten. It seems to be a recurring pattern, and I've seen it triggered in all manner of strange ways. The weirdest thing I've seen was some sort of triggering the same effect in people. Also, one of my colleagues seems to have had something that seems eerily similar to the blameless metal we found. Small world, isn't it? It's the same person I worked with on my article about electromagnetism back in 2015. I think the NF project has tried to contain this thing. There was a period when there were barely any black spots at all during most of 2018-19, but all of a sudden, they just started popping up out of nowhere. They're still out there. You can find them on Google Maps even. It wasn't just Brexit that screwed with commercial fishing in the UK. Let's just leave it at that. It started off the coast of Norway and Iceland, but there are black spots appearing as far away as Ireland and the UK. By my predictions, and following the migration patterns, the next few spots will start to appear outside the coast of Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence in late 2021. I don't even want to think what the Krieger human will look like, but from my calculations, it could be a monstrosity as tall as 20 feet. That's just a rough estimate based on the little time I have to study these things. Look for the black spots. Look for the symptoms. They make you beg and squirm. They make you want to be eaten. I was moved from county jail in October of 2016, following my conviction of armed robbery. I'm not here to garner sympathy, but I want to be clear on a couple of things. This was an unfair sentence. Not in the usual innocent man put in jail type of schlock, but in the way that they were clearly pushing me towards being put in a particular jail. I had my blood tested, and my hair was sent to a lab. They took pictures of my fingernails. I'd never seen anything like it, but I was basically catatonic. I was in a bad place. Wanted it all to just be over. At the time, I didn't think much about the process. I didn't think about the records that were passed between the guards and doctors, and I didn't care much about the blue rubber stamps that were put at the base of every signed legal document. I didn't know what was normal and what wasn't. I just wanted to get into the haze and no brain the next 6 or so years away. I was put in a cell with Lian Soon, a Chinese-American man. To this day, I don't have the slightest idea what he was in for. Guy looked like your average college kid, but there was just something off about him. He just had this look of complete dissociation. like he was miles away. He never really looked at you. It was like he looked straight through you. Then again, a lot of inmates get that. I barely managed to talk to him in the first few days. We agreed that I took the top bunk. That was pretty much all we managed to talk about. We had a straightforward schedule. Breakfast and work up till 11, lunch, more work, some yard time, dinner. After that, we either got to our specialised program timing, religious services, NA, anger management, etc., or an extra hour in the yard. Then back in the cell, lights out by 11. In my first few days, I had to go through a lot of orientation. They were kind of who's who introduction you might expect, but also just someone pointing to you to which shelf they stock the detergent. Basic stuff. I got a job cleaning the beddings. They were so cheap that a firm enough poke would go straight through them, like a piece of paper. Washing them was basically putting them in a shredder. We had to go on such a low setting that they rarely ever got clean. I swear I saw a cockroach in one of the pillowcases once, and the damn thing was still alive after the wash and dry. The pillows were also crap. They ripped easily, and feathers would get stuck to everything. Probably wasn't a room in this whole facility without feathers littering the floor. Hell, they were even in the yard. Most of them were, in fact. We'd have rotating schedules, so I rarely got to work with the same people 2 days in a row. I started to recognize a few faces, but people mostly kept to themselves. There was no locker room talk, no braggarts, no bravado, just people hunkering down and shutting up. But even early on, I noticed something was off. I think it all came down to the yard. People stayed away from the prison yard. No one used the exercise equipment. People just stuck to the walls or silently walked by the fences. There were no loud conversations, no sports, nothing. And as soon as that 3 hours was up, people were pushing to get back in. From day one, I got the impression that the yard was a bad place to be, but no one was telling me why. What kind of prison has dust on the free weights? By the end of the first week, I started to get into the routine. I was out cold by 10 most nights. Hell, I had the bedding with the least holes in them. Might as well use that luxury. But there was that one night when I just couldn't sleep. I'd lay down, and then all of a sudden, I'd be wide awake. There was this whistling wind that came down the hall, and it just kept echoing in the back of my head. At first it was a wind, then a whistle. And with no other sound around, it kept growing in my head until it sounded like a goddamn fire truck siren. I'd push my hands against my ears, cover my head in a pillow, but it didn't do a thing. Finally, I just started to mutter to myself, just to fill the air with some other noise. "Please stop," I'd whisper. "Please stop." And the funny thing, it did. It stopped. The next day, I was exhausted. I kept nodding off. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, pretty much any time I could sit down. The guards would push me awake, and the other inmates just sort of stared at me. Some of them actively avoided me, like there was something wrong with me. When it was time for the yard, the guards took me aside and asked me to help clean the common area. No yard time for me. Gotta sweep some feathers. That night, I went to bed as soon as I could. But the moment my head hit that pillow, I was wide awake again. And down through the hall, there was that howling wind. There was no way for me to sleep. The sound just kept growing, and all my tiredness was just gone. Whispering didn't work anymore. I had to speak out loud. Around midnight, I was still awake. I was just lying there, talking to myself, putting words to the random thoughts in the back of my head to keep my mind occupied. Anything to drown out that awful droning noise outside. I couldn't let it grow any further. It was like trying to stop a ship from sinking, one bucket of water at a time. I don't have the slightest idea how Leon tolerated it, but he didn't say a word. Things just got worse. I couldn't sleep that entire night, so when it was time to get up, I could barely stand. I fell asleep brushing my teeth, dropping my toothbrush in the sink. I was so used to talking to myself by then that I'd blurt out whatever came to mind. I was sleep deprived, exhausted, and just confused. And people took notice. There was this one guy, Marlin, who was about as new as I was. Short, athletic guy who was just itching for a fight. I accidentally bumped into him in the lunch queue, and he went off on me. Pushed me out of the line, bashed me over the face with a tray, and just started wailing on me. The The guards were taking their sweet time, so I just had to take it. But I couldn't. There was just something in me that wanted to hurt this guy. I grabbed his shirt and looked him in the eyes. "You want to get whipped, Greenie?" I said. "You want us to whip you?" I don't know where the words came from. It was just the first thing that came to mind, and the sleep deprivation just forced it out of my mouth like a hiccup. "Well, what did he say?" he stammered. "I asked if the little Greenie wanted a whipping." He backed off. His jaw went slack as he just stared at me unblinking. Just as I'd found words out of nowhere, he'd lost them. His eyes teared up as he backed himself up against a wall. The prison guards came up to restrain us, and I could see all the fights had run out of him. "See you at the orchard, Greenie," I added. "Whip, whip." Marlin broke down. He screamed, tears running out of his eyes. He dropped to the floor, and the guards had to carry him out. I thought I'd feel good after that, but the way everyone was staring at me made me feel like a museum exhibit. I had this sickeningly wide smile painted on my face, but it wasn't mine. None of this was me. I was losing control, and it scared the hell out of me. I was a puppet. That night, I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I knew that as soon as I'd lay down to try, I'd just be wide awake again. Instead, I tried sleeping on my feet or sitting on the floor. This time, Lian couldn't ignore me. He sat up on his bed, looking at me instead of through me. "You on something?" he asked. "You itching?" "Nah," I said, shaking my head. "Just broken. Something's not right." "You phobic? Trouble with the walls?" "Maybe. I don't know. Can't sleep." "Looks like you sleep all the time, just not in here." "Yeah," I sighed. "Yeah, that's about right." "The stamp when you get here? You got any stamps?" "Some, yeah. Blue ones." "Everyone get blue ones. What shape?" "Dunno," I shrugged. Lian took a look at me. In those few dragging seconds, I could hear the wind outside growing louder, and I winced. I groaned to drown out the noise, but it was barely working. I might have to scream to keep it together for another night. "They got 2 stamps," he said. "A hand and a sunflower. You sure you don't know which one you got?" "Which did you get?" I asked. "What do they mean?" "I got the hand," he said. "Most of us did. No idea what it means, but the sunflowers are always a bit..." He pointed at me to make a point. "Maladaptive." "Private prisons," I chuckled. "Bullshit, all of it." Lian leaned back in his bed and closed his eyes. "Yeah," he sighed. "Sorting us into flowers and hands like a goddamn daycare. Probably got a woodchuck and dolphin stamp too." Lian was out like a light, but as expected, I couldn't sleep. I paced back and forth, screaming into a pillow, and tried massaging my ears. The scratching noise sort of helped, but I still found myself restless. Finally, I got out of bed and pressed my head against the door. Maybe if I let the wind howl, it'll take pity on me. Maybe it would get to a point where it would either kill me or stop. I didn't care which, as long as something happened. But the strangest thing came to me. As I pressed my head against the door, the sound became clearer. The wind softened to a whistle and then a gentle hum. The more I tried to lean into it, to listen, the more beautiful it became. Right there, leaning against the door, I had the best sleep of my entire life. The next morning, Lian pulled me up as the guards did their rounds. I'd slept all through the night, and I felt amazing. But even then and there, at my best, I could hear a little piercing sound. That wind, that whisper, was still in the back of my mind, even now during daytime. But all I had to do was lean into it, to listen, and a wave of calm would wash over me. It worried me how easy it was. "You got through it?" Lian asked. "I'm getting there." I wasn't paying much attention during breakfast. I was zoned out, listening to what had turned into a melody. Something was speaking to me, but not through words, through emotions and sensation. So it wasn't a word that warned me about Marlin creeping up on me with a sharpened toothbrush. It wasn't the guards or the other inmates. No, it was something in the back of my mind, screaming at me to hurt him. So I did. All I heard was laughter. There was this alien joy springing up in my chest, forcing me to my feet. I remember turning around and the world looking different.
I felt 4 feet taller. I was looking into Marlon's eyes, but I didn't see him. I saw a teenage kid running through an orchard, hunted by his older brothers who wanted to beat him with a tire iron. Whip, whip! When I came to, I was still laughing. It wasn't my own laugh, and neither was the joy. The howling wind was finally quiet, but it felt like a stranger in my own body. I couldn't feel my limbs, and it took me seconds just to orient myself, to remember my fingers, my feet, my eyes. Marlon was bleeding on the floor from a dozen wounds. Deep bruising, broken bones, possibly brain damage from repeated hits to the side of the head. Involuntary twitching, like a fish out of water, his mouth open and closing. Like me, he just couldn't find the words. It looked like I'd beaten him with a goddamn tire iron. I was taken back to my cell without a word, paraded through the halls like a prize. I could feel the other inmates staring at me, trying to figure me out. As soon as I looked their way, I saw them recoil. I don't know what the hell they'd seen, but they were looking at me like a goddamn monster. I was locked in my cell for hours. No one was allowed in. And all the while, I kept hearing something in the back of my head, singing to me, asking me to listen just a little closer. And as soon as I resisted, that noise turned to pain. Within minutes, I was pacing the cell, spewing whatever nonsense came flooding through my mind. Nonsense about everything and everyone. Just noise. When the guards finally opened the door, I turned to them without skipping a beat. They had their tasers ready. Deb doesn't know if Eddie is really your son, I rambled. You think he was premature, but she had that time with Irvin at her job the month before. She thinks about telling you. She thinks that might be the push you need to finally divorce. A taser to the neck, and I didn't even feel it. As I dropped to the floor in a spasm, my body was screaming with laughter. He had her on the copier. She didn't even think about you. She hoped to see him there again next week. And there, someone deep inside, I found my own thoughts and words, standing by as someone else held the reins. I wanted to tear my ears out to make it all go away, but I couldn't even move my hands. I listened too long and too closely, and now the guards were dragging me by the neck. They took me out to the yard. I heard them talking. They were standing next to me, carrying me, but it still sounded like they were in another room. I could barely make out their voices. Hatchet Man mixed up the bloodworks, they said. Got the wrong class. Shit, we got a bloomer. We had a bloomer this whole time. It's a goddamn Christmas miracle he didn't pop his celly. So why are we taking him out? Just making sure. Protocol. Fuck protocol. Fuck off. They left me in the middle of the yard, lining up in a circle around me. The guard I'd been yelling at stayed inside, weeping over a picture. After a few minutes, I felt a tingle in my hands. It felt like being poured back into my body, like my mind was a liquid. It all came back to me, one thing at a time. Language, memories, senses, choice. Suddenly, I was standing up. The wind was clearer out in the open. It was colder than expected, and I wasn't even wearing my shoes. There was a stillness in the air, but there was something menacing to it, like the eye of a storm. Nothing's happening, I heard. We take him in? Hold on. Look up. From afar, it looked like snow. I didn't even question it. Snow in mid-July? Sure, why not? But it wasn't snowing. A white feather touched my nose. I looked up into the clouds, and there, far above, I saw something look back. I can't explain what I felt at that moment. I felt like I was looking into the eye in the sky, an impossible physical being, but there was nothing there. And yet, it spoke through me, like playing a mind game of charades with myself. Pictures flashing in the back of my mind, trying to reach an understanding. Hundreds of memories pounding at the front of my brain every second, like a pitcher being filled up and spilling over the edge. I got a nosebleed trying to keep up. My eyes rolled back, but I still felt like I was looking up. It was easier to see with my eyes closed. My mouth seized up from trying to find 1,000 words at once, instead settling on noises and grunts. There were parts that were crystal clear. It showed me memories I didn't know I had. It showed me my eyes opening for the first time, little hands grabbing my mother's cardigan. Her big 80s glasses made her eyes look like a cartoon. It showed me waking up in my crib, reaching for the little toys dancing overhead, and I understood what it meant. That we were born with this instinctual drive to reach beyond our means, to reach towards the sky, to grab and pull down the unknown to us, making it a part of ourselves. To the most basic instinct of my being was meant to be here, to do this, to reach up. No, I wheezed. All was silent. I looked down as I floated 6 feet off the ground. No, I groaned. Memories of long-lost dreams came rushing back. Pleasant thoughts you don't want to wake from. Promise of love, lust, joy and comfort. It was all there, just waiting for me to take it. All I had to do was reach for it, to reach into the sky and take it. But there was something more. That eye in the sky looking down at me. Not malevolent, not angry, not evil, just vast beyond comprehension. I was nothing more than a strand of wheat being plucked into the air by a curious farmer. No, 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 I screamed. It came running up to me. Guards grabbed my legs, pulling me down. It felt like I was being torn in half. Part of me desperately reaching upwards, and my conscious self holding me to the ground. All the while, the pleasant silence was turning from a whisper to a scream. We got it, the guard yelled as the weather picked up. Get him out of here! Get him! Something let go of me. The guard on my left lost his breath as he suddenly went limp. With nothing but a whistle, I saw him whisked into the sky. Not a word of protest, not a sound. Just a human life growing smaller and disappearing overhead. I dropped to the ground as they scrambled to get inside. Another guard fell flat on his stomach as something invisible grabbed his ankles. Again, a soft whistle, and he was gone. A spot in the dark. Run! Come on! The other guards were standing by the entrance, holding the doors open. They were waving at me, desperate for me to just run. But every part of me wanted to stay, to reach up, to touch the sky and go back to that place I was meant to be, to feel my mother's cardigan between my baby-soft fingertips, and to look into the night sky with wonder of what could be. It was all there. And yet, my body knew to run. The moment I got inside, I heard thumping. Chunks of meat sprayed across the yard. Fragments of bone getting stuck in the barbed wire. Fabric torn into shreds. Whatever was up there was happy now, and the howling wind was silent. We all just stood there. I could barely breathe. I'd been so close to surrendering, to give in to it. Whatever was up there had no intention of caring for me. There was no love, no joy, no comfort. All it could promise me was a swift death at best, or the life of a sleepless puppet. But for a moment, we all just stood there. We weren't inmates or prison guards. At that moment, we were just people trying to understand ourselves. I got processed the next day. They double-checked my blood. Turns out they contaminated my result. Sloppy work from the esteemed people at Hatchet Biotechnica. This time, I saw them clearly stamp my papers. Blue ink in the shape of a little sunflower. I was taken out of state. They said it was a matter of security on account of getting in fights with Marlin. Apparently, he'd broken both legs and his shoulder. Still, I knew better. This wasn't a matter of security. This was about fixing a grave mistake. This prison had a purpose, but I wasn't part of it. Instead, I did my time in a place with no wind, and now I'm out on parole. To this day, I get a shiver up my spine when I hear the whistling wind. I'm scared of my dreams, of my memories. I'm afraid there's still something in me that wants me to go back, to look up. My psychiatrist, Dr. Bogan, tells me I've got an agoraphobic trauma to deal with. She says she has some kind of experimental treatment for it, but I don't know. Overexposure therapy sounds dangerous. But even now, I find myself suddenly waking up in the middle of the night. My body is talking to itself, telling truths I couldn't possibly know to an empty room. sometimes not even in my own language, sometimes in no language at all. Every now and then, a white feather still lands on my shoulder, and I just know that looking up will be the end of me. Or the start. I'm sorry, I repeated. We're all out of the blue ones. All out? The old woman asked. How can you be all out? We have some beautiful purple azaleas that... They're not blue, she protested, stomping her foot. They have to be blue. Mrs. Morris, we have several types of... But they're not goddamn blue. Using her whole arm, she bowled over an entire display case of herbs. Ramson, dill, basil, all spilled out on the floor in one angry swoop. I just stared at the mess in disbelief, mouth agape. You're getting me blue, you grinning bitch. You're getting me blue. Mrs. Morris stormed out, almost knocking over a stack of pots on the way out. My hands were shaking. Things had gotten out of hand. It wasn't always like this. My mother used to be a flower girl. She had a small stall by the railroad that she'd tended since she was 13 years old. When she was 17, she fell in love with the son of a local rancher. That man ended up being my father, a few years and a shotgun wedding later. My father wanted to give her everything in the world. She went from a stall to a flower shop just off the main street. That shop was her sanctuary, her home away from home. 12 hours a day, no matter if open or not, that's where she'd be. The Green Gardens, or the Big Green, was her baby just as much as I was. I never intended to work there myself. Sure, I helped out, but my ambition was to be a marine biologist. But my mum got sick, and she needed more help around the Big Green. Over the course of a few months, she went from 12 hours a day to about 2 hours a week. The rest of the time, the Big Green was just me and Dad, and he had other work to do. I remember celebrating my 20th birthday behind the counter at the Big Green. Someone had to tend the shop. I was 22 when my mom passed on. She never stood a chance. She just withered away, much like a flower. They never really figured out what the problem was. She had a ton of symptoms, but no apparent cause. The closest they could find was a calcium deficiency. It was as if her body was just angry with her. Dad and I thought about selling the Big Green, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to do it. No one else wanted to keep running the shop. All they wanted was the property. Dad didn't have the heart to see the place turned into a coffee shop or a bar. The Big Green had to stay green. I remember one discussion I had with him the night we decided to keep the place open. He'd invited me over for dinner, and we just finished a large serving of pasta bolognese. For a few minutes we just sat there at the table, staring at our empty plates. The silence was undercut by the kitchen clock, ticking away. No one thought it'd grow, he said suddenly. The ground is rough. Too much calcium. Mom made it work, I nodded. In a way, yeah, he agreed. But you know, to the soil, no one is perfect. Dad wasn't dealing with the loss very well. He eventually quit his job, and our joint venture to keep the Big Green turned into a solo effort. He moved out of town, leaving the family home and the Big Green in my care. I couldn't blame him, and yet I did. I celebrated a lot of birthdays behind that counter, and as I started to close in on 30, I'd left my marine biology dreams far behind. But Dad was right about a few things. The soil really wasn't made for growing flowers. While a lot of the flowers we got came from outside suppliers, we had a few special local flowers that we grew in our greenhouses. Mostly forget-me-nots, garden roses, lilacs, and sunflowers. We also had a few tracheliums and flower arrangements. Over the years, it was getting harder and harder to get anything to grow. The garden roses just started falling apart, and the lilacs were losing their vibrance. Even the flowers inside the shop were getting drier and drier, no matter how much you watered them. I remember one early June morning when I got to the shop, and everything in the window had died overnight. I'd replaced every grain of soil my mother had used, but death came either way. I closed the shop early that day. I was considering not opening it again. But this is where things started to change. The next day, I noticed two older women looking at the front window of the shop. I cleaned up most of the dead plants from the previous day, but there were a few left. But right there, in the corner of the window, I'd forgotten to remove a few of the dead sunflowers. Except they weren't dead. They were very much alive. They were, however, a vibrant blue with black stems. Blue? Weird. Trying something new? Asked Mrs. Solis. Lovely colour. Yeah, I nodded and slid the key in the door. Yeah, it is. They looked at me, expecting some kind of explanation. I had none. Instead, I just looked at the strange flower that had popped up in my window like an intruder. And strangely enough, it felt like I was the intruder, not the flower. While most of my inventory had dried up, a few select flowers had regrown. A few sunflowers, some lilacs, dallias, and freesias. They were a bit smaller, but very much alive. Although they had this vibrant blue colour. I'd never seen anything like it. Mrs. Solis and her friend oohs and ahs over what they thought was something completely new. They're all blue, they laughed. My, isn't that special? Did you colour them? Asked Mr. Solis. Or did you grow them like this? I certainly didn't colour them. But then again, I didn't grow them either. All throughout the day, people who usually just walked by stopped to look in the window. Every single flower that had grown back in that vibrant blue colour got sold. It was a blowout sale, completely out of nowhere. Some bought so many that they could barely carry them. They all just stopped by the window, staring slack-jawed at the strange flowers. I swear, some of the flowers seemed to pop out of nowhere. Customers smelled the flowers, stroked the petals, and admired the many variations of the vibrant blue. Two grown men from a nearby construction site almost got into a brawl over a bouquet of garden roses. As I closed up the shop that day, only a handful of flowers remained, none of them blue. A few survivors who'd lived through the drought. I made a call to my supplier, but they weren't able to send any extra shipments on short notice. Instead, I had to bring in whatever I had from the greenhouses. But I was shocked to see the greenhouses full to the brim with blue flowers. Slightly smaller, but blue nonetheless. Grown out of dead soil, these bright flowers thrived. Seemingly overnight, the green gardens had turned blue. I didn't know what to think, but people seemed to love them. I was still on the fence. Something didn't feel right. Whenever I was alone with them, I felt somehow threatened. Like they were turning towards me, watching me, evaluating my efforts. As I got in my car that night, I called my dad. It was the first time I'd talked to him for months. We'd grown apart, and we usually didn't talk unless something important came up. Either that, or a quick call for the holidays. But this was different. I had to try 3 times before he finally picked up. Are you okay? He asked. Before hello, before anything else, he was worried. It was nice to know. Hey Dad, I wanted to talk about the shop. Did something happen? Did Mom ever talk about blue flowers? Dad went quiet. I just heard his elevated breathing. Dad, did she ever talk about blue flowers? I repeated. Yeah, he responded. Yeah, she mentioned them a few times. What did she say? Well, He paused for a few seconds. I could hear him scratching his beard. She thought they were some sort of weeds. She said she was going to get rid of them. Did she? Yeah, I suppose. She did. There was a pause. He was clearly thinking of something. She thought it was some sort of chemical in the soil. Didn't like it one bit, he continued. Are they back? Yeah, I sighed. Shop's full of them. Just be careful, he warned. I don't want you to get sick too. The next morning, I decided to get rid of them all. I agreed with my mom. It seemed strange. Unnatural in a way. The colour was way too vibrant, and they were just sort of off. So when I entered that greenhouse, I had every intention of just pulling everything up by the roots and tossing it into a bucket. I grabbed one of the discoloured sunflowers and started to pull. The petals started to rattle, and I could feel the stem shake. I let go of it. I'd never noticed a flower doing that. Was it some sort of reaction to the heat of my hand? I tried again. A steady grip, a slow pull. Again, it rattled. I took a step back, letting it go once again. Maybe it was like in one of those videos I'd seen of an octopus arm moving when exposed to soy sauce. For a final time, I took a firm grip and just pulled it up. The rattle stopped. Suddenly, there was this awful smell. This disgusting, gut-wrenching smell. Like an old fish left out in the sun, covered in a chemical trying to disguise itself as a citrus fruit. It was this awful, manufactured smell. I dropped the sunflower and stepped back, dry heaving. I had this strange ache in my fingertips, like something pulling on my nerves. I stood for a solid minute and just tried to catch my breath. All this was from a single sunflower. I had hundreds of plants. But why hadn't they reacted when I replanted some of them the night before? Plants can't consider intent. And there, on the floor, lay the now dead sunflower. It had instantly shriveled up into this grey, dried up mess. And the smell still lingered. My hands were shaking. It was as if my body felt like I'd done something far more horrible than just uproot a plant. I felt like I'd murdered something. I couldn't bring myself to clear it all out. Not only was it a lot of work, but I was throwing out a lot of money. People loved these things, and they were pretty to look at. And as long as people are happy, what's the harm? That, and the thought of that smell, just, ugh. So instead of clearing it out, I opened the greenhouses to the public. I put out a sign, doubled the price, and kept the place open for an extra 2 hours. I figured I could clear the place out while still making some extra money. Again, an amazing sale. All day long, people were eager to come claim their new flowery friend. Everyone seemed eager to get one. Even John Gaines, the burly man from the gas station. He never smiled as much as smiled, but he was just as eager as the rest of them. I just let it happen. As my supplier came by with more inventory, I put it all up in the greenhouses. The next day, I was actually relieved to see they'd all turned blue. Blue was where the money was. That's what people wanted. You could see them in every window, in every shop, in every garden. The blue flowers were everywhere, and they were oh so loved. I even changed the sign. The shop was turning into the blue garden, not the green garden. It made sense in a way. This was the passing of the torch I'd waited for, the big blue. Sort of poetic, considering I wanted to be a marine biologist. Then came the confrontation with Mrs. Morris. You know, the one I started the story with, where she, unable to get some of our blue flowers, just threw a fit. To me, this was a turning point. Sure, Mrs. Morris was a known grump, but this was beyond her. Vandalizing the store and calling me names? No, that was not normal. And yes, eventually my purple azaleas would turn blue, but that was no excuse for my customers to act like animals. For the rest of the day, I tiptoed around my customers, ready for another outburst. I did find a few more blues in the back rooms that I could sell off, but about half of all customers didn't get one that day. Some just left immediately, others expressed disappointment. 2 other people, like Mrs. Morris, were verbally abusive. That night, as I was closing up, I slumped down in a chair next to the front door. I was exhausted, and somehow, despite thinking we were out of blue flowers all day, some were still around. It was as if they popped up out of nowhere when I wasn't looking. I don't understand, I whispered into the empty room. Where are you coming from? As I sunk my face into my hands, I could hear something. Looking up, I could see a few remaining flowers rattle their petals, almost as if responding. A second later, they stopped, in unison. I thought about saying something else, asking if they could hear me, asking if they'd hurt my mother. But honestly, I didn't dare to ask. What if they answered? What would they say? I started getting paranoid. On early mornings, I could find myself standing outside the shop doors, listening. I had this idea that the flowers had started speaking whenever I wasn't around, like a delusional nightmare variant of Toy Story. Of course, they didn't. They were flowers. And yet, I wasn't buying this soil imbalance theory either. Flowers don't turn blue from that, and they certainly don't make people violent. On my way to work, I started seeing them. In windows, in gardens and storefronts. Sure, I'd had many customers, but some of these flowers weren't even the types we were selling. The strangest thing I saw was a blue Venus flytrap. While many blue flowers had turned a bit smaller than their original, the Venus flytrap was the size of a fist. It had been put in a pot outside a gas station, and I could see the whole thing just swelling with flies. They were climbing over one another, swarming, just to get a chance to push themselves inside the flytrap. I'd never seen anything like it, and I knew for a fact that thing didn't come from my store. When I got to my store that morning, it was filled to the brim with pristine blue flowers. Some from pots I hadn't even used, some from pots that didn't even have soil. The store looked brand new, like I'd gotten a mystery shipment overnight. I knew that I could step inside and just drink in the sweet aroma. I longed to feel it in a way. But every rational part of me knew this wasn't normal, and something inside of me was screaming to get away, to run, to get the hell out of town. So instead, I closed down the blue gardens. I taped up a large garbage bags over the windows and added a handmade, closed until further notice sign on the front door. As I was doing this, I could hear protesting voices across the street. Mrs. Morris was no doubt one of them. Instead of confronting them, I just hurried up and left. "Hey," I could hear as I crossed the street, "what do you think you're doing?" I just kept walking. I could hear something being thrown. Keep walking. I had 6 missed calls before I even got home. All unique numbers. As the day went on, I even heard someone bang on my front door. There was yelling, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Someone was driving in circles around the parking lot, honking, while my phone kept ringing. I hid in the shower. I couldn't hear anything through the rushing water. No phones ringing, no cars honking, nothing. It was just me and my own thoughts, for a little while. I couldn't just keep the store closed forever, but I couldn't live with the strangeness of the blue flowers. And for a moment, I got this sensation washing over me. I could picture my mom standing in the same shower, faced with the same problem. What was her solution? And was it that solution that made her sick? I didn't eat all day. I curled up in a blanket on my sofa, listening to my phone ring away. Every tone felt like a hammer blows on an anvil, trying to shape me into something worrisome. When I finally broke down and reached to turn it off, I couldn't help but see a few messages I'd received. "Open right now. Open the doors. Please open. Why are you closed?" And finally, as the sender seemed to grow more impatient, it just said, "We're going in." But this was sent over 20 minutes ago, and no one had been banging on my door for a while. So I figured they were going to the store. They were breaking in. No matter my feelings for those plants or the people who wanted them, I couldn't let them destroy my mother's shop. It was the green gardens, my green gardens. Except in a way, it wasn't. I couldn't bring myself to imagine that little store broken into and plundered. I knew every inch of that space, and thinking about it being ruined just broke my heart. I got in my car, called the police, and frantically explained the threats I'd been receiving. When I finally got there, just after 4 p.m, it was already too late. Every window had been broken, pots and soil and flowers either knocked over, broken or stolen. The sign had been vandalized, now it just says "The Blue." Gardens were shattered into pieces and strewn along the sidewalk. I just stood there until a tap on my shoulder snapped me out of it. I saw a family of crows snacking on sunflower seeds among the shards of glass. It was a police officer, a man in his early 50s. I'd seen him around, but never really talked to him. He had a kind face. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sure the insurance covers it. You need a minute?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Yeah, I do." He stood with me quietly for a while and just looked at the mess. "You're the daughter, right? Her kid?" he asked. I nodded. A lot of people knew my mother. She'd broken a lot of hearts. "She had her accidents too, you know. The whole greenhouse burned down once." "It did?" I asked. "You didn't know?" he chuckled. Yeah, the middle one. It just burned to the ground overnight. She never even claimed damages for it. She just let it happen." That's what she did. That was her solution. As he left to fill out a report, that got me thinking. Maybe Mum had the same problem, and maybe she solved it the best way she knew how. to just cleanse it all in fire. But maybe that was what got us sick in the first place. I remember how sick I'd felt after pulling up one of the blue flowers by the root, the stir in my stomach. There was something there, and that was just from a single flower. I filled out the insurance report. I talked to the officers down at the station. I took the pictures and we put up the tape. And all the while, I made my own plans. I was going to burn it all to the ground. Greenhouses, the store, everything. I loved that place, but I couldn't imagine it being turned into this breeding ground for something my mother hated. That night, I returned with a can of gas. But as I got there, I was surprised to see the broken store swarmed with people. At least a dozen of them scrounging around, looking for seedlings. Some of them were just shoveling dirt into their mouths. One woman was just sitting on the counter, eating sunflower seeds from a bag with her bare hands. I stepped in through the broken window and called out to them. "Get out now!" I yelled. "I'm not warning you a second time." No reaction. Fine. The second I started pouring out gasoline, they all turned on me. Even a few of the blue flowers that had sprouted up seemed to rattle in my direction, their dry leaves shivering. But the intruders? Their eyes were dark, and dirt dripped from their mouths. They looked like a parody of themselves, bad copies that didn't quite function as intended. As John Gaines from the gas station came lumbering towards me with a garden hoe, I instinctively picked up the closest thing to throw at him, a tiny blue sunflower in a pot. I anticipated an attack, but instead, he just stopped and looked at me. It was as if he was so afraid to hurt the plant that he just couldn't keep going. The plant was my camouflage, my shield. I clutched it tight and poured out the entire can. It's hard to describe just how much gasoline stinks when it's all out in the open. It can make you choke and gag if you're not ready for it. I just stepped back, lit my lighter, and called out for a final time. "Out! Now!" Then, flames. There were so many screams, some human, some not. Some from the people in the store, but others echoed throughout the street. Every house, every garden, every little space with one of the blue flowers, they were all screaming. People came running out of the broken store, crying, clutching bags of soil against their chest, choking on the dirt and seeds in their mouth. One man just stumbled out on the pavement, shaking like the rattling petals on the burning flowers. And there I stood, still clutching a little blue sunflower, my shield. It was all I could do to shield myself from the effect of these plants. I had to keep one alive, to be a custodian. I had to trick them. All around me, the world burned. As I heard sirens approaching, I saw the flames reflect in the tears of the desperate bystanders. It was over. This was a few years ago. I think what I did differently from my mother was to keep a flower for myself. Sort of like a vaccine, keeping me a tiny bit infected in order to not get too sick all at once. I left that plant behind in an old apartment years ago. I even coloured the pot. The sad sunflower, I called it, because it's blue, you know? It has to be a bit sad about being by itself, and I figured a single flower wouldn't hurt anyone. I had to move out of town. Selling the house got me enough money to go to college, and I've since started on a journey to finally get my degree as a marine biologist. Whatever gets me away from the blue gardens and into the real big blue. And yeah, it is sad to think that my mom's favourite place in the world is gone. It feels a bit like losing her all over again, but on the other hand, I don't think she would have liked to see what happened to it. After all, she tried to do the same thing. I hope the sad sunflower was just left alone. I hope that chapter of my life is gone. And I hope my mom can rest easy, knowing that the blue gardens will never harm anyone, ever again. So I have a dream about my professor. He's wearing all black. We're in class, but this is a completely different class from the lecture hall. All the desks are bunched together on one side of the room, away from the left wall. So I talked to my friend, and she was excited about a video we're going to watch. And we watched the video. It's horrendous. Everyone is standing so still, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then he passes out permission slips to hypnotize us. Before I have time to react, this blonde lady comes from behind me and snaps her fingers at me. I'm on the left wall, and so is everyone else. Everyone is dead asleep. I'm somewhat awake, but I'm a bit out of it. I try grabbing for my professor as he walks around, but I can't. The lady goes down the row of people sitting on the wall, and she puts a locust in people's mouths. She came to me. I was the only one or so, I think, to refuse it. Dream ends. Fast forward a couple of days later. I go to class like usual. I hear voices telling me to straight up leave that classroom, but of course, thinking I was crazy, I just stay. So he shows us a couple videos. And in the last video, it was literally a bunch of strobing lights. And there were words or phrases said every so often. I tried to cover my eyes. After class, everyone was acting weird as if they were hypnotized. I was in a daze. I asked about an assignment and left. Later on, I looked up if that's how you hypnotize a mass amount of people, and that is how you can do it. Using strobing light to induce a hypnotic trance. I was having a major anxiety attack, and I said to myself I need to get out of Dodge like ASAP. So I leave and start heading to my car. A crow comes and sits on a pole and caws at me. I was thinking to myself, maybe I should go back and tell him that those strobing lights could have given someone a seizure. I see him over by his car watching me. I tell him and he apologizes. I go home. Feels like someone or something is with me in the car. Fast forward a few days later, after all my crazy awakening things, I feel this heavy presence surrounding me. And I confirmed it through a psychic who was watching my energy at the time that something was there. I don't know what it was for sure, but it was mad at me and I felt like it was talking through a psychic channel. I convinced it to go away. It comes back and wants me gone. Like, gone. I had to sage the entire house. A few years ago in 2019, a friend of mine was going through some paranormal oppression by something he had brought onto himself. He did so by making a shrine in his closet and praying to whatever it was. He described this spirit as a man with no face and a top hat. My friend performed self-harm on himself because he said it told him to. When he did this, it was years ago and he'd been dealing with it up until he asked me and another friend for help. We went to a friend's apartment before we went to his parents' house, where we had conjured this being. He alerted my other friend that the demonic presence was there looking at him. At that specific time, we were around 8 or 10 other people. Nobody saw it, not even me, but I felt that heavy feeling on my shoulders. We went to his house to try and find the root. The friend having the issues took us up to his room, and as I walked in, I saw a hand-painted picture of the likeness of Jesus Christ. It was in fact not Jesus Christ, I could just feel it. So the oppressed friend is walking around freaking out, and the friend helping me pulls out her Bible. Before she begins to pray, I walk close to the open closet, and I don't remember moving back at all, but I ended up against the dresser a good 7 to 8 feet away from the closet, so pretty much on the other side of the room. I felt this overwhelming fight or flight, and since you can't physically fight demons, I left the room. They both came down after. The oppressed friend was fine, and the friend that took over after I left had physical tears coming out of her eyes. A few months later we reconnect with said friend, and he says he's accepted that this thing will be in his life and is done trying to wish it away, as he put it. I don't know what that thing was. I never saw a physical manifestation, but it bothers me. It still puts the fear of God in me, for lack of a better phrase. I thought it was about time I started sharing the odd things that happened to me. This event goes back a few years to an apartment we lived in. It was a house split into 2 apartments. We lived on the bottom floor. I should note that it was normal for my husband to go upstairs and hang out with them for a while, leaving me alone. Plus, the part of the building it took place in wouldn't have anyone walking around outside. While in the bathroom, I heard someone walk into the kitchen and start to whistle a tune. I could hear them opening cupboards and of course assumed my husband had come back. The whistling stopped for a few seconds, and then they started the tune from the beginning. They stopped again, cutting the tune short, and started again after a few seconds. At this point, I noticed that it sounded the same, and I mean exactly the same. This happened a couple more times, each time the tune getting shorter until it was nothing than reaping the same first note, over and over again. In fast succession, while getting close to the bathroom. I looked at the door handle and tried to brace it so nothing could open it. The whistler got faster and faster, then held the last note at an unhuman pitch that distorted. The note was held for so long that I thought I'd be trapped in the bathroom until someone came down. Then, silence. I don't know how long I paced around the bathroom before I got up the nerve to open the door, but it felt like a while. Whenever I'm by myself and hear whistling, it makes me freeze in place, hoping it will not come back. There's one thing that has to be the worst by far. It's hard to describe the sense of dread and fear that this thing gives off. It honestly felt like my life was at risk and my whole body would scream to run. Anytime I would hear this thing, I was alone, which of course just made it all worse. One night, the dog was outside barking, so I got up and went out to look. As I was looking outside, the dog went back in and left me alone standing in the dark next to the shed. I soon became aware of noises in the shed, but put it down to wind. That is, until it moved closer, and I felt a strong sense of dread. I listened to the sound. It sounds like a person on all fours scuffling around. I heard it move towards the shed door, so I ran inside and slammed the door. I sat down and tried to tell myself it was just the wind. At first the dread was going away, but then I could feel it building up again. It felt like it was trying to find a way in, moving back and forth along the walls of the house. Then I suddenly felt it inside the apartment. It had got into the kitchen. I could feel it getting slowly closer. I was too scared to look behind me into the kitchen, but I managed to jump up and slammed the door. I hoped it would leave, and it did. After this, I would hear it sometimes, just scuffling around at night. The alley at the back was dark and smelly, so I assumed it liked it. Now this next bit is truly a fault on my own part. I really should have listened to my own gut feeling. Months later, it's summer, and therefore very warm, so I had the back door open. I was on my laptop, and it had gotten dark. At some point, I turned the light on and sat back down. I sat facing the back door. My laptop screen stopped me from seeing the bottom half of the door. After a while, I started hearing movement outside and felt uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. The feeling grew stronger and stronger. My whole body screamed at me to run. Then, our dog comes running downstairs, stops in the middle of the room, looks at me, and then goes to walk outside. The way she did this was just odd. I pulled down my screen and watched her head towards the back door. As she walked out the back door, there was this thing. Some humanoid figure crouched down by the door. Its skin is dark brown, like dirt and rot with the texture of a burn victim. Hairless and skinny, like it hadn't eaten in months. There it was, this thing I had been in fear of for so long, right up against the door frame, trying to make its way inside. The figure twisted its emaciated form round to follow our dog. It was crouched down onto its hands and feet. That's why it made a scuffling noise. I jumped up and threw my laptop on the floor. I ran upstairs and refused to go back down alone. The stupidest thing was that I doubted myself, and if it wasn't for the dog, then I don't know what would have happened. Her look towards when she came downstairs, I can only imagine she was wondering why I wasn't running away. My friend told me it sounds like a skinwalker and that Europe does have accounts of such things. I don't know what it was, and I'm so happy we moved. This is a current issue I'm having. As a bit of a backstory, my life isn't short of paranormal experiences, and even now, I'm sharing my house with spirits that have been here much longer than I have. I also live near a very big graveyard. Around the start of the year, I started feeling like I was being followed down the stairs. It never follows me fully downstairs, sometimes leaning over, almost touching me, sometimes crawling. It will not go near the last 5 steps. Sometimes I brush my teeth and it's leaning over to watch me in the mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it, but last weekend, my husband went to see his family for a few days, leaving me alone in the house with our 2 dogs. That first night was fine, and I had no issues, but the next day, I started feeling it again, just following me about. I tried to ignore it as much as possible. Normally, it would go away after a while, but not that day. I felt it stronger as time went by, most likely as it realized my husband wasn't home yet. By night time, I was getting flash images in my mind of long, unkept black hair. Its back hunched over. Its pale face was not known to me. I had caught sight of its face in the mirror in the past. Once again, it would normally not come into the bedroom, but that night was not a normal night. I was alone. At this point, I'm already in bed. I feel it step in and slowly make its way over to where I lay. It creeps in close to me, leans down and turns its face to match up with mine. It then just stares. That's all it ever does, stare. I have had others do this before, but they always kept their distance. But this one, it likes to be almost pressing up against me. I feel its static. In the end, I had to turn around and face the other way to get any sleep. The next night was exactly the same. On the day of my husband's return, everything was fine. When it got to night, it started up again, and by the time I had to get ready for bed, I was being followed again. My husband comes down the stairs, also getting ready for bed. At this point, I'm talking freely about how the creeper's hiding in the airing cupboard, thinking this will stop it from being seen by my husband. I make my way to bed, and it's keeping its distance. It doesn't follow me into the room, but instead goes into the spare room and just waits. The only thing it did that night was get as close to the wall as it could. Fast forward a few days to current times. It's the 1st of May and the creeper's back. It just followed me on my trip to the bathroom and decided to touch my hair. I'm back downstairs now, and I can feel it just sitting and waiting on the stairs. I've tried telling it it's taken the piss. I've even told it to stop, but it just keeps at it. It doesn't react to the fact that I've pointed out that I know it's there. I'm not sure what to do. And it doesn't seem to want anything other than to stalk me. I'm getting stalked in my own home by a spirit. The creep will not leave me alone. This is the second scariest thing I've had to deal with of paranormal nature. I've lived in this house for almost 2 years now, and this is the only place where it's happened. The first encounter happened in the first year, and the last 3 have been in the past 4 months or so. Another thing to note is that I can wake myself up from bad dreams. My brain kicks in and tells me it's okay, it's just a dream, just wake up. It takes on the form of whatever it wants, but its face is always the same. I know how this is going to sound. I'll try my best to describe it. The first things to spring to your mind will be Jeff or Momo, but these do not look anything like it. These things are very human-like, as if its face is just a tiny bit past the realm of what a human could manage. Its eyes? They're always effortlessly wide open. So wide, I make out the roundness of its eyeballs. So focused and so intense, like the shocked eyes of someone who realizes they're going to die and there's nothing they can do about it but see their last moments. Its mouth is a closed smile. This too is effortless. The mouth never moves and is always shut. I swear, this is its preferred expression. And yet, with all this, its face is somehow blank, and this thing never makes a single sound. First encounter? I was dreaming of cleaning the house when I went to put on some towels in the airing cupboard and realized something felt off. I looked to where the feeling was coming from, and there, standing by the boiler, was my partner. At first I was confused.
To get to it, one would have to take a bunch of shelves. There wouldn't be much room to stand normally, even with the shelves out, but they were still in. I started to feel more and more unsettled as I looked at them. I then realized it was the facial expression. Everything but that face looked like my partner. Of course, my brain kicks in and tells me to just wake up and it will be gone. So that's what I do. But once awake, I can't shake off the feelings of that face. I'm still scared of what I'll find when I open the airing cupboard door. Second encounter. After an epic dream about a boat trip after a war, I went into a shop and looked around. I stood there staring at sometimes hanging on hooks when I had that off feeling again. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone walk next to me and stare at the items too. I looked around and they turned to face me. They turned their whole body as if they were standing still on a turning table. Looking back at me was that face again, but in someone else's body. Someone I had a dream about the night before. I quickly turned away and once again my brain kicked in with a big nope and I woke up. Third encounter. I have sleeping issues, and on this one night I couldn't get to sleep. My surroundings started to feel weird and I knew something was about to enter the room. I turned around and pulled the cover up to eye height. The second it came into the room, it hit me. That same exact feeling it gives off. But this time, it's not in my dream. It's standing right up to my side of the bed. It didn't walk it. No, it just appeared. For the first time, it moved. From the hips and lower back, it bent over me. This thing was bent over me at a 90-degree angle. Its face hovered inches from my own. I grabbed hold of my partner and slowly pulled myself close to them. I clenched my eyes shut and tried to think of anything else other than what was happening. Flashes of its facial features would appear to me. Then it stopped. It vanished. I realized my grip on the partner had spent a good hour just staring at the ceiling. Fourth encounter. And now we get to last night. I was dreaming of sitting on a bed, playing with a phone that belonged to the sister in my dream. The battery got low, and I started to install the game on my phone. The sister walks in and starts shouting at me, telling me she forbids me to install it and that I can only play it on her phone. I tell her where to shove it, and she walks out claiming to be going to turn the internet off to stop me. She walks off, and I moan about her. Then the feeling again. I turn to the doorway that the sister walked through, and there, high up, it was there, looking at me. The only thing that could be seen was the head up to the start of the nose. This time, it's stolen the sister's look. There on the top of her head, clear as day, was the sister's brown hair. The sister was not this tall. Its eyes looked at me. I could feel its smile and it stared at me. Instead of trying to wake me up, my brain and body went straight into trying to physically scream. My partner woke me up after my first two muffled screams. This thing seems hell-bent on torturing me, and I don't have plans of moving anytime soon. I just hope someone may know what this is.